Alrighty, we're gonna go ahead and get started here and call the meeting to order at 4:11 p.m. And we're gonna start with the Pledge of Allegiance. If I could please have Trustee Aruni Thakur lead us in the pledge, please.
Thank you. Please rise, place your hand over your heart, and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United
States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one
nation,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Trustee Thakur. We are going to go ahead and start with approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda as listed?
I move to approve the agenda as listed.
I'll second.
Okay, first motion made by Trustee Berryman, second by Trustee Meyer. Discussion? Okay, then we'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor, please, we'll do a roll call vote in the order that we have done in the past. We'll go ahead and start with Trustee Meyer.
Aye.
Trustee Thakur.
Aye.
Trustee Berryman.
Aye.
Trustee Sugarman. Trustee Sugarman.
Sorry.
Trustee Sugarman. We cannot hear you, Trustee Sugarman. Is that an aye? Okay, that's an aye from Trustee Sugarman and an aye from Trustee Vasquez. 5-0, agenda is approved. We're gonna go ahead and move on to our discussion and action item. Action to video record or video stream virtual Board of Trustees meetings, videos to be posted to YouTube or FSD website as approved by the board. Superintendent Pletka.
Yes, and President Vasquez, as we begin our board meeting, just wanted to let our public know we are thankful that there are a lot of participants who are joining the call. We approximately have over 200 people listening to our board meeting. In person, we have executive cabinet here. Myself, Carmen Serna, we have a couple of people from the superintendent's office, and we do have approximately 4 to 5 people here in our boardroom, socially distanced. Temperature checks were made on everyone entering the district office, adhering to social distancing, masks, and in case we do get anybody else in addition to what we can accommodate in the boardroom with social distancing, we are prepared to have the ELC, and we have staff manning that over there in our ELC with the same protocol. So just wanted to thank everybody who has joined us, and as we begin our board meeting, we are now on to the first discussion action item, which is the recording and video streaming of our virtual board meetings.
Thank you. And Carmen Serna is our executive assistant to the superintendent. Ms. Serna, do we have public comments pertaining to this action item?
We do not have any public comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any public comments to note to an item that's not on the agenda?
We do not have any public comments. Mrs. Nuzzi, do you have a public comment later for the board meeting? Yes, so for our reopening of our school year, we do have Iglet Nunce who will be giving a public comment.
And as you can see in our agenda, we have our public comments listed at the end of our action items. We will be reading public comments submitted pertaining to each item at the beginning of each item. And for my colleagues on the board, if you'd like to speak, please go ahead and raise your hand. That way we're not talking over each other, and that will allow our participants to hear us clearly. Dr. Pletka.
So this first item I placed on because this is such an important topic, and I really, we have parents and community and staff that may not be able to be present tonight. And so really feel like it's important that we have some options. Jeremy will, our assistant soup of IIS will be able to share a few options that you can do today, but I would really recommend at the very least that today's presentation, we can record it and that we can post up tomorrow. So I would recommend that at the very least, and to say these meetings coming up that we're doing on Zoom are so important, and our parents and our staff, and I mean, just like all of you, receiving so many emails they want to hear and see and all those sorts of things. So I do recommend that, but I was going to have Jeremy, our assistant supervisor, just share a little bit more of actually a couple other options as well.
Good evening, trustees. Options, we have a number of options. In the world of Zoom, you can actually see we are currently recording the Zoom at the moment. What that does, that helps Carmen with her notes afterwards. So the options that we do have is we could then, when the meeting is over, it'll be recorded to the cloud, and we can take that and post it to our YouTube channel, post it to our Facebook channel, and things like that afterwards. It takes a little while. This morning we did a 4-hour meeting with our principals, and then about an hour and a half later it was still processing. So it's not instant. It won't be posted as soon as the meeting's over. But once it's processed, it could be posted to YouTube. YouTube does have a closed captioning feature that once you've uploaded the entire video to YouTube, you can then turn on their closed captioning. What happens is it takes a few hours and YouTube reads the file and then adds its own closed captioning. I will tell you, it is not perfect. We've had certain swear words appear across the screen when it was a word that sounded like another word, and there's no human on the other end typing this when you do it through YouTube. So just know that, if we turn on that closed captioning option through YouTube, it is not perfect. The other option we have is we could live stream onto YouTube. We've been experimenting with this for a little while, and we haven't gotten it perfect yet to where we can just click and go and it just works on YouTube. We're having some interaction problems with our My FSD domain account and Google and YouTube all working seamlessly together. But our hope is that if you vote that way, we'll figure it out by the 28th if you want to just live stream. But the one negative on live streaming is you can't do the closed captioning on a live stream unless you hire someone to sit and actually try and do the live streaming as the meeting goes, which is difficult in a meeting with this many people, trying to have one person accurately close caption. The only time we would legally need closed captioning is a member of our community said, I can't participate in that live stream. Then you would have to go ahead and either we'd have to move to a live closed captioning, or we'd have to stop the live stream and just go back to load it to YouTube and let YouTube's closed captioning do it the next day. So at the moment, you've really got a couple of options for the current. One is status quo. The second is go ahead and take the recording each day after the board meeting. We'll post it to YouTube as soon as it's ready. And as soon as YouTube's closed captioning is ready, a little while after that, it would be closed captioned. It'd be available for all of our families to view on our channel. And then the third is moving to a full live stream onto YouTube, and then we'll wait and see if anyone ever requested a full closed captioning during a live stream. So for tonight's meeting, we could post the recording tomorrow. We cannot live stream, but starting next Tuesday, 28th, we believe we'll be able to live stream by then straight onto YouTube if that's the way you prefer to vote tonight.
Thank you, Jeremy. This is Trustee Takor. I guess for tonight's meeting, we really don't have any option other than to post at a later date. So would you like us to maybe split the question into two, or are we voting for everything all at once?
I would think 2 votes would be great because we could handle tonight, since there's 2 options tonight. Stay status quo, don't post video, or post the video tomorrow. Then there's 3 options for moving forward. Live stream, post the video the next day, or keep it as is and don't post video.
For tonight's meeting, I move to record it today and post it tomorrow.
A second.
Okay. Thank you. So that's a motion made by Trustee Takor, seconded by Trustee Berryman. We will open it up to discussion.
Thank you, Jeremy, for working on this and getting us to a better place, better for us, better for our community, better for our staff. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Any other comments or further discussion? Okay, seeing none, we will be taking a vote. I'll go ahead and do a roll call vote. Trustee Meyer,
Aye.
Trustee Thakur,
Aye.
Trustee Berryman,
Yes.
Trustee Sugarman,
Yes.
and Vasquez, aye. That motion carries 5-0. And our second part of our discussion, Jeremy, if you can, I know you sent us a presentation as well. We'll go ahead and we can start with a motion or open it up, or we could just go ahead and open it up to a discussion. Any members of our board, or Jeremy, is there anything else that you would like to present on that second option?
No, there were some other pieces. So really what it comes down to is if we do go live stream and someone does request, someone through the American with Disabilities Act says, I can't participate because I can't see through closed captioning a live meeting. At that point, we would have to then make a decision on, do we go ahead and hire someone to do closed captioning live as we speak, which is a difficult task to do because you're trying to reflect multiple voices. At the same time, it's not just the words. When you get into that level of closed captioning, you are trying to say, Trustee Sugarman said, Trustee Berryman said, Trustee Vasquez said, and you're trying to go. So we could do that on the chance someone asks for that. There's a chance no one would ask for that, and you'd be fine just streaming without that request from the community. So it's really, you could move forward with a live stream and then wait and see if any requests came in, then make a decision at that point once a request had come in, if we want to move forward with a staff member or hiring a service to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish in a live stream. We'd also probably need to slow the meetings down just a touch, because otherwise the closed caption would probably be behind the action of the actual board meeting. So we would work with Zoom on how we would do that, if we could do a delay and those kind of options as far as closed captioning go for a live meeting.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and open it up to discussion. I see Trustee Berryman.
I was wondering is there any kind of possibility we can get translation? I think I don't know if that's a concern, but going forward, if we have people that would like to listen in but can't, is there a translation option for both Spanish and Korean at all?
We can always pay someone to do that. We can always, there's always a way to hire someone who would listen to the entire presentation and then record over Spanish or record over Korean. The length of time, I don't know exactly what that would run. I'm happy to get quotes on, a 3-hour meeting, a 4-hour meeting, a 5-hour meeting, what that would look like as far as Spanish and Korean. But there's always an opportunity to take our YouTube video, have someone watch it, and then speak over and edit it on top. And we can look into those services. There's always a way.
Jeremy, I have a question. What are other districts doing, or what is the city of Fullerton, for example, doing? And based on what other districts are doing in this situation, what does it seem would be most appropriate for us right now?
I think it depends on the district. You have some districts who have gone live, and that's fine. You have some districts that are recording and posting afterwards. The city of Fullerton has a different system that they've had in place for a long time called Granicus, that they've built, and they actually have hired people in to do some of that editing work. That's something that when we get back to the in-person meetings, we can talk about what that might look like. There were some options asked for. That was sort of the second half of that presentation that we haven't gotten to. But yeah, you can really do a couple of ways. Some people have gone ahead and just gone to live streaming, waiting for a community member to ask for closed captioning, and just haven't gotten those asks. I believe one on my California listserv had said, we got asked, so we just had to turn it off because we couldn't afford to deal with the whole closed caption. So they're going to take a couple months and figure it out before they go back to live stream because someone asked them for live closed captioning. But it could be that no one ever asks and you're fine. But we'll figure out how to get it done if there's a request.
I saw Trustee Meyer.
Well, I don't feel real strongly about any of the options. My question is, what is this going to take for our tech department? You guys are so overloaded trying to get our kids started with school and dealing with the parents who don't have connectivity and everything that you do. What kind of burden do these three options put on staff at this time? And what's the fiscal part of it too? How much?
The recording and posting isn't a problem at all. That's very easy. Honestly, we clicked a button when it started. It's recording. We'll just download it and upload it to YouTube. That's very easy. English only. The board meeting will just be there on our YouTube channel. That's not a problem. There's really, 20 minutes. Not a big deal at all. No money. It depends what you get into. If you get into the live streaming and we have to do closed captioning, that's going to be a fee because we're going to have to find someone who can do that. And we're going to have to work with Zoom on how does that actually work to have someone doing a multicast closed captioning session. Probably wouldn't be someone in the tech department. It would literally be like a stenographer almost, someone who's that good that probably even has their own machine just for closed captioning. If we get into the translation, that would probably be a more significant lift for the tech department because we'd be hiring people to do these translations, and then we'd probably be having them either come in or from their home re-record over, and then we'd have to do video editing where we take the different audio streams and put it in and try and match it up to our best ability to where it goes. So that could take, I could say maybe up to 20 hours per board meeting for the tech department to do the translations on the recording piece. Maybe not. It would be us trying it once, and it might be we find someone who's amazing and starts when they're supposed to start and stops when they're supposed to stop, and we're able to overlay it, and it only takes maybe 5 hours per meeting for us to do. But I don't know until we've tried to do like a 3 or 4 hour meeting and see what that looks like to offer those translations.
Trustee Sugarman?
Oh, you're muted.
You're on mute, Hilda.
I thought that Google translates into whatever language.
Written only, no voice.
No voice.
That's not true. Google Translate has an ability to, like through the phone, to do that. It's not, but you can't like let a recording play for 4 hours and have it all spit out. And I'll be honest with you, one of the issues with this is you want your spoken word to be perfect because it's part of the public record. You actually wouldn't want machine language. Like if we did when we do the closed captioning, we'll probably stick a warning at the very beginning of the board meeting that says, warning, any closed captioning is not part of the public record because it's not accurate. Like we don't know the accuracy of YouTube's closed captioning. Same way with a Google Translate, you would be saying things that you never meant to say because Google said you said that in Spanish or in Korean. So we would want to stay away from any machine languages or machine learning around translation to not put words into your mouth for the official public record of a board meeting.
Thank you.
I had one follow-up question. Is that okay?
Yeah.
You had mentioned with live stream and closed captioning, there's a fee or there's a cost involved. How about live streaming with no closed captioning? Is there a cost to that at all?
No, that's something that we think we can just turn on for the next meeting. We've been trying to play with it to make it work, and we've been having some issues. We're working with Google tech support and with Zoom tech support to get it working. But that would literally just be a button we click. It would go right onto our FSD innovation page, and we would send the link to parents through Facebook, and we'd post it to our agenda as well, that it can be viewed at this web link, and we'd put it out on Facebook for people to watch. But it wouldn't cost.
Yeah, I have one more question. If we did live streaming, is there any way to track it and see how many people, whether it's worth the time to do, how many people really log in? Is there any way to do that?
There are Google Analytics on recorded videos. I'll have to check about live stream. I know they have analytics. I don't know what we can see. I'm betting we'll be able to see views. Usually you can't see how long they viewed. So it could be if somebody logs in 8 different times, they count as 8 views, or if somebody watched for 2 minutes, it counts as a view. So usually you don't get to see average duration and things like that. You don't get that deep into your YouTube account. They don't usually give you that, but I'm happy to dig into that information for you and find out what we're getting. But we have 256 people on the phone tonight. And I know we've had requests for people saying, gosh, we'd love to watch, or we'd love to see the meeting rather than just hear it.
This is Trustee Takor. I think that we should move forward to a live stream, but I would prefer that we not wait until a member of the community indicate that they have a disability which prevents them from participating. Can we go ahead and agree to the live stream with the direction to you and your team to address ADA issues?
Sure, just as a comment, I don't think we'd be ready for the 28th with the closed captioning portion because we probably have to hire a service. We can try. We can see if we could hire a service in that amount of time. So it might be that you want to begin streaming and then, as soon as we can, move into the closed captioning.
I'd be fine with some language like that, directing that we address any and all ADA issues.
Will that be a motion, Trustee Tokor?
Yeah, if there's no further discussion, I can try to craft a motion.
And we can still discuss after the motion if you'd like.
So I guess the motion would be, I move to direct the district to move toward live streaming of our next board meetings and continuing until we begin to meet in person with further instruction to address ADA issues as soon as possible so that we can have maximum community participation.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion?
Jeremy, was it 20,000? How could you bring back the price before you pull the trigger on or go ahead and doing the closed captioning, just so we can make sure it's something reasonable and it's not $100,000?
Yeah,
that
what I
we
could
might
do
not
is
have.
we could get it set up and ready to where we see exactly what a contract would cost. And then additionally, any changes it might make to the board meeting in order to keep it at a pace where they can close caption. And we could, all right, we can put that on the 28th or we already want that? We can, okay, we could put that on the 28th as an item where you could see the, so my hope is to get that contract in the next 2 days so we can get that on, on next week's board item. So we will work quickly to try and find someone who can do that. If not, I'll at least have information for you if it's not a document in the board packet.
So if we vote tonight for the live stream and it turns out that it's taking hours and hours and money, can we go backwards? Well, we can always amend it, I guess. I don't know.
Trustee Meyer, yes, we can always agendize something as we see fit and as we continue we continue with the challenge of COVID, but also as we continue our goal to increase access to our public, to the business that we are conducting here on the school board. So I think we can always bring any agenda item back. Are there any other comments or any further discussion?
Yes, Jeremy, in the next few days until the 28th, please share with us any comments sent in by the public, because I'm sure that they have opinions on this. I'm thinking their opinions are do it, but it would be really nice to see what they have to say.
Sure.
Okay. Any further questions, comments, discussion? Okay, we will go ahead and take a vote then. That was motion was made by Trustee Tokor, seconded by Trustee Sugarman. We will start with Trustee Meyer.
Aye.
Trustee Tokor.
Aye.
Trustee Berryman.
Aye.
Trustee Sugarman.
Yes.
Trustee and Vasquez, aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Davis, for all your hard work on this project, giving us several options to live stream our meetings or post videos. These, again, this is a short-term item that was that we placed on the agenda. We also have a long-term agenda item that was on a past agenda item, which we will be discussing in a future meeting as well. So thank you to you and your team and to everyone with our district staff for making our meetings as accessible as we can. And we are looking forward to making sure that we are offering this information to the members of our public. And now we're going to go ahead and move on to our second discussion action item of this special meeting, reopening of the 2020-2021 school year with various learning program models. This will also be a COVID-19 update. And we will go ahead and start with our comments from the public. Ms. Serna?
Okay. And President Vasquez, for our public that is listening at this time, translation services are available. I would like to clarify that the discussion that the board held right now is for translation services as we deal through COVID-19 and virtual board meetings. So all this time, any translation services can be requested to the superintendent's office. And to be honest with you, even prior to COVID-19, we had a Spanish translator and a Korean translator ready on call at every board meeting we had. And tonight we actually are providing Spanish translation services to several of our parents. So I would like to clarify that just so the public does know that that option is available. It's just in person and the board is still discussing right now COVID-19. As we proceed to the next item on our agenda, just want to remind our public that our presentation for tonight is located on our district website, and you can find that at www.fullertonsd.org. You can go onto the Board of Trustees tab, and you will find our board presentation for tonight, along with any public comments that were received by 11:30 a.m. today. And I will proceed now to read public comments.
Thank you, Ms. Serna.
Okay. As a reminder, my name is Carmen Serna, and I'm the Executive Assistant to the Superintendent. I will be reading the public comments that were received by the deadline of 11:30 a.m. The public comments do not reflect the opinion of the district and are solely verbatim from the individual who sent the public comment. We have a total of 30 public comments. Public comments beginning at 4:38 p.m. Comment number 1. My name is Selma Ortigosa. I am a parent of an upcoming preschooler, kindergartner, and third grader. I need options besides online/distance learning. I am open to hybrid or weekly in-classroom setting. My kids need to continue to get their education at school. It's really difficult when parents are working and we need to teach children at home in different age groups. Please help provide something else besides distance learning. Signed, Selma Ortigosa. Comment number 2. I am a teacher in the Fullerton School District. As an educator, these last months have been difficult. Teachers want to be in the classroom. We want to interact with our students and return to a state of normalcy. However, at this present, this does not seem possible nor wise. As we approach a decision regarding reopening schools this August, it is important that we listen to those who have been and will be on the front lines and focus on science, facts, and safety. Recent information has stated that children are less affected by COVID than adults, but that seems to be changing. More and more reports of children dealing with this disease are surfacing. Information cited at the end of this statement. In an environment where the common cold is passed around like wildfire, can we really guarantee the safety of the children? No, we cannot. Even if we operate under the assumption that the students will be fine, what about the adult teachers and staff? The immune compromised, the expectant mothers, those over 60, what about our safety and health? One consideration that seems to be continuously overlooked is that without teachers, schools cannot operate. Should even one person be affected by COVID on a single campus, everyone will be negatively affected. There are those in the community who rage against wearing masks and shout about kids needing to get back to school for their emotional well-being. Should we have an outbreak of COVID, how will that affect their emotional well-being? Can we guarantee students will not be harmed? And can we guarantee that teachers and staff will stay well and present to help students through this time? No, we cannot. We in the Fullerton School District have proven that distance learning on a virtual platform works. We altered our curriculum and began teaching under an entirely new format in 2 days. 2 days. Imagine how much better we will become if we are permitted to begin working on our lessons now. For any argument against distance learning, there are solutions. We just have to be willing to work together to implement them. Can we ensure that students will receive a quality education while distance learning? Yes, we can. For those against distance learning, against wearing masks, against basic safety precautions, what have we to lose? If we follow recommendations of scientists and medical professionals and nothing happens, you may feel justified in your beliefs that all this is unnecessary. If we don't follow these recommendations and you are wrong, people will die. The risk is simply too great. We cannot allow willful ignorance to determine our course of action, especially when the safety of our teachers and our children is at stake. In order for teachers to continue our work, we need diligent support from our district leaders and active participation from the community. Thank you for your time. I sincerely hope our amazing school district will make the right choice and choose distance learning for the health, welfare, and safety of the students and staff. Respectfully, Erin Patinella, theater teacher, ELA, and student support teacher. Comment number 3, to whom it may concern. I had a concern about options for students other than social distancing. Also, if there was a possibility for other children to have online learning available, will this be a possibility? Thank you, Melissa Rodas. Comment number 4, I would like to add, per the guidelines, there is a single exception. Local health officers may grant a waiver to allow elementary schools to reopen in-person instruction if the waiver is requested by the district superintendent in consultation with labor, parents, and community-based organizations. When considering a waiver request, the local health officer must consider local data and consult with the California Department of Public Health. Can Fullerton School District Superintendent request a waiver? Thank you, Neil Esposito. Comment 5. I am writing today because I have been deeply disturbed by the division within the Fullerton community, especially in the context of educating our children. I understand that everyone is under a great deal of stress due to the unprecedented global pandemic, economic turmoil, and social upheaval. At times like these, we have an opportunity to define who we are as a community and be an example to our children as to what good citizenship is all about. Good citizenship is not just about voicing the views and frustrations of any one person, group, or race within a community. Good citizenship is about using those voices as an impetus for positive change and collaboratively working together to create solutions that work to unite a community, not divide it further. Let's talk about Black Lives Matter, not to be confused with the Marxist organization Black Lives Matter. I am willing to bet that anyone who has stated that all lives matter has not once had to live in fear of death every time they saw a cop. I bet that they have never felt the injustice of being treated like a criminal from the moment they were born. No matter where you go, no matter how much education you have, no matter what profession you're in, because of the color of your skin. I bet privilege blinds them of generational poverty and just how difficult it is to break through those chains. People forget that all of us minorities enjoy the rights and privileges we have today because Black people fought and died for them. So I say to the Black community members of our city, thank you. However, you cannot blame people for not understanding something that does not exist in their lived experience. In the lived experiences of many citizens in the city, I am sure that hard work did in fact lead to better standards of living and open doors to opportunity. So it becomes even more difficult to understand the systematic and spiritual oppression that some minorities face. None of us fully understand the shoes in which our neighbors walk, but good ones ask and seek to understand, not completely. Have you ever asked an Indian neighbor what their culture was like with the intention of accepting any differences as richness that adds to our community? Have you ever asked an Asian neighbor what they moved to Fullerton and why is it that Asian representation is so minimal considering its size? When was the last time you broke through the discomforts of racial differences to find common ground with your neighbor? All of our school board members, notably Mrs. Sugarman, is a good example of a neighbor who sought to understand the experiences of the unprivileged through many years of teaching in those communities. She continues to serve to be the voices of her constituents, fought for and made available a tremendous amount of resources to provide access to marginalized students, and for her and other members to be insulted by recent attacks is an affront to people who have dedicated their lives to serving all students. Those who are so critical of privileged groups within our city forget that these same privileged people fought alongside Blacks and also died to fight for the marginalized all throughout American history. Privileged people in the city and all across America continue to work for, serve, and give to communities that suffer from systematic racism and poverty. When people highlight the high test scores of any one group versus another in an unfavorable light, I would like to ask why. Isn't it a good thing that student subgroups in the city are performing well? Shouldn't we be celebrating that and work for all student subgroups to perform the same? Or is it to highlight the privilege of one group versus another and stir divisive resentment? Speaking as an Asian woman, mother of children who attend Fullerton Public Schools, and a civil servant that dedicated my entire career serving underprivileged children, I ask that the parents and community members of Fullerton be sensitive to all groups within the city. This does not mean you have to agree with all the points, and that's the beautiful thing about democracy. Did you know that a great many Asian members of this community moved to Fullerton after LA riots, disillusioned by false promises of the American dream? An entire community of Asian homes, businesses, and livelihoods were ransacked and destroyed because of resentment towards a group of people that were deemed too privileged and different. The events of those days are reminiscent, as the Nazis destroyed Jewish communities, which served as a precursor to the genocide of an entire race of people. Okay, and that is 3 minutes of that public comment, and that was signed by citizen of trustee area number 2, name omitted for safety reasons. Comment number 6. Good evening, board members. When our family moved to Fullerton, I confess I did not have much faith in the public school system. My brother had the ADHD, and growing up, he struggled with school understandably. The system did not do him any favors. The accommodations put in place for him hindered him more than helped. My son also has ADHD and has experiences up to joining FSD at Maple Elementary were all too familiar to me. I was and still am blown away by the difference. My son, in 3 years, he's attended school in this district, has come farther than I could have ever imagined. And while he deserves credit for his hard work, and we deserve credit for the support he gets at home, a great deal of credit goes towards his educators. FSD is populated with amazing human beings, and our children are so fortunate to have their lives touched by these wonderful people. My son went from an introverted, angry young man to running for student council. He graduated his IEP program. He was admitted to the Honor Society. I am so proud of all his hard work, and I am eternally grateful for the guidance and support of educators and other staff who have helped him achieve these heights. My daughter, having no disability, has also thrived. She is bright, and this is recognized and celebrated by all the educators and staff who guide her and teach her. They hold her accountable and push her to achieve. She's not ignored simply because she doesn't cause problem, and she's not allowed to phone it in. That her educators recognize this and do expect her to achieve at her level is awesome. It is both the leadership of the school district as a whole, as well as the outstanding work of the entire staff and administration at Maple Elementary that has given my children opportunity and experiences they would not have had elsewhere. The leadership of Dr. Pleka and the board, the leadership of Anthony Abney, the dedication and love of all the teachers, aides, and staff have for all the students of Maple is an asset worth acknowledging and protecting. I applaud your commitment to our community, our families, and our partners in education. I appreciate the distance learning is a choice we had before the governor made his announcement on Friday. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for your support for our children, community, and equally as important, the men and women who work every day with our children. With sincerest gratitude and kindest regards, Jennifer Hoare. Comment 7. Point number 1. Per the governor's July 17 order, counties on the state monitoring list must do distance learning until they are off the list for 14 consecutive days. This could create a horrible revolving door where FSD bounces back and forth between distance and on-campus learning depending on whether Orange County is or isn't on the list. What is FSD going to do to prevent this? Will FSD commit to at least a month or 2 of distance learning regardless of Orange County's status on the list? Point number 2, I have a question about the FSD options presenting on June 23rd. In option 1, 2 days are in classroom core for instruction. Please explain in detail what is happening the other 3 days. What, where, who is supervising? Will half of the school students literally spend all day spread out around campus, outside in playgrounds, library, and multi-purpose rooms? How is that less risky than having them in the classroom? Point 3, a suggestion about the FSD options presented on June 23rd. In options 1 and 2, half the students are in classroom on Monday and Thursday, and the other half on Tuesday and Friday. I suggest that you have the students consecutive days. One group do Monday and Tuesday plus every other Wednesday. The other group do Thursday and Friday plus every other Wednesday. Far less nightly cleaning will be needed because the in-classroom group stays the same for consecutive days. Point 4, regarding distance learning, I keep wondering why teachers can't simply present their normal core curriculum each day, live, online, either from their homes or from their classrooms. In other words, have teachers actually teach and present core subjects every day for several hours. During normal times, students have to make it to school for set hours every day. Why can't students be required to be online for set hours every day to participate in live instruction? In this circumstance, the students at home would still need some adult supervision, but the adult would no longer be responsible for teaching the content. If live, online instruction for 28 students at once is too many, perhaps divide them into cohorts for distance learning. A teacher would instruct cohort A, 14 students, on Monday, Tuesday, and every other Wednesday. That same teacher would instruct cohort B, the other 14 students, on Thursday, Friday, and every other Wednesday. Plus, if the school does switch to on-campus learning, it can maintain those same cohorts. And point number 5, final, can you tell us what distance learning will look like? How structured, how taught, who decides? Does each school grade teacher decide how to accomplish? Will parents do most of the teaching like the spring? Thank you very much. Julie Giacopuzzi, parent at Beechwood School. Comment 8, distant learning at the close of the last school year did not work. Virtual meetings hosted by teachers were sporadic and mostly non-instructional. How will distance learning in the upcoming school year be different? Will instructors be required to host virtual instructions during the majority of the school days? This is especially important for younger learners where parents may not be readily available and are not prepared for independent studies. Regards, Henry O. Comment 9. My kids go to Beechwood, hence my comment will be only for Beechwood since I am not aware of the other schools. As an educator, I ask why Beechwood School did not provide education through Zoom. 6th grade teachers just put the material and said students are free to do their work, no obligation. On top, teachers had only 1 hour office hours meeting per week in 2 time slots with 30 minutes period each. This was absolutely a disappointing teaching method by teachers. I have seen my friends' kids who are going to school at Manhattan Beach. Their teachers provided Zoom meetings started at 8 a.m. until the afternoon. The kids even ate their lunch with their teachers through Zoom. What a wonderful experience for kids during these difficult times. They were not separated from their teachers. What a different practice for other than Fullerton School District. Is that because Manhattan Beach families are rich and teachers felt obliged to provide high practice education, or because teachers love their kids and wanted to provide the best education for them, even though they were allowed to choose whatever the delivery of those materials? I believe the combination of both. Did FSD think that the majority of our families are middle class or poor families, hence they would not complain whatever the FSD provided for them? I hope and want to believe that FSD board members will make decisions about Zoom meetings every day to students as if they were in real-time classroom. Regards, Professor Guhan Borget. Comment 10. Once Orange County has a 14 straight day decrease in infection rates and thus making it eligible to return to in-person classes, what is the estimated time frame needed to logistically prepare for in-person? When in-person instruction returns, will it be standard 5 days per week, or will it be a hybrid offering as has been proposed prior to Governor Newsom's distance learning mandate? Signed, Tim Winters. Comment 11. As I applaud Governor Newsom's order mandating distance learning during COVID-19, it is my fervent hope that the board and Superintendent Pleka had intended to put the health and safety of students and staff first by reopening exclusively online, even absent such state intervention. As the parent of a Ladera Vista Junior High student and an active and involved volunteer with the FSD community for the last 8 years, I eagerly look forward to hearing details of the quotations rigorous, meaningful instruction our students can expect as mandated by the state. Indeed, the district's stated mission is to work collaboratively with the community to provide an innovative, high-quality educational program for all students in a safe learning environment. In these challenging times, we are counting on FSD more than ever to deliver on its promise to provide unique and challenging programs, equivalent to what students would receive in person. I spent years listening to the district present itself as a committed partner in ensuring academic excellence for all its students. Now, as never before, I certainly hope that's true. Thank you, Susan Wheeler. Comment 12. Hi, my name is Stephen Logwood, and my family lives in Fullerton. Our household includes my wife, Jackie, her parents, and we have one child in junior high school, one child in high school, and one child in college. Everyone recognizes that there are benefits of an in-person learning and negative consequences of children staying at home, including lack of access to nutrition. However, we are primarily concerned about the possibility of our children being hospitalized due to COVID without us being able to provide the physical support they would need to recover. It's also terrifying for us to consider the possibility of watching a loved one die and not being able to visit them in the hospital and or not being able to provide them with this funeral service. I, like others, get anxiety going into the grocery store, and I can only imagine the fear and stress a teacher would feel in a classroom of 30 students. The threat to their lives is even more exasperated if social distancing is not maintained and masks are not worn. Moreover, janitors and building staff responsible for sterilizing surfaces can be infected while cleaning the surfaces. These professionals did not sign up to risk their lives on a daily basis to educate our children. At this point in time, there are too many known unknowns to endanger the lives of students and adults by reopening schools for in-person learning. In our opinion, it's better to absolutely minimize the possibility of illness and loss of life, even if that comes at the cost of a furloughed or postponed educational curriculum, and even at the cost of other potential negative life circumstances. If students are dead, they can't learn. If they are alive next year, they will have an opportunity to catch up on the lessons they missed this year. I am the primary income provider for my family, and as you might expect, I don't want to increase my chances of dying from COVID-19. Instead, I want to decrease the odds of contracting the disease. That's why our family is following the guidelines of CDC. Fortunately, I can work from home. If we are in public, we wear masks and gloves, and we are minimizing contact with other people. Like many families, we are sacrificing our normal lifestyle in order to stay safe. If in-person learning at school resumes, our family's probability of being infected with the virus directly or indirectly increases. Although we understand that some parents may want or need their students to resume in-person learning, we'd prefer to continue with distance learning until it is safe for our children and teachers and staff to go to school. Signed, Stephen Logwood. Comment 13. Thank you for your care and concern for keeping us all safe. Signed, Sandra Lee Talent. Comment 14. I am a parent of 2 elementary students at our district and a former graduate of Laguna Road, Parks, and Troy High School. As a student in the 90s and attending the different schools within the Fullerton School District, I have always been surrounded by diversity in academics, cultures, and race. As a Korean American, my parents have always modeled that with hard work, responsibility for your actions, and respectful manners, you can achieve your goals, whatever form it may be. It is a standard I hold myself to as an adult, and also a model I teach my kids at home. I ask the board to continue to stand firm on the revised resolution of 19-2021 and do not add the word Black Lives Matter movement in the Fullerton educational curriculum. I believe that Black Lives Matter, the movement
Ms. Serna, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Is this comment pertaining to the reopening of our schools?
It was sent during the time frame, so if I get the approval, I can move on to comment number 15, please.
Yeah, and we can save for comments that don't pertain to it. We have an item on our agenda after our discussion of COVID-19, and that's where we'll read the rest of the public comments.
Sounds great.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to comment number 15. Point number 1, FSD announced learning options when schools reopened, but it did not tell parents how to make selections. FSD should make this very clear to all parents before the school year starts. Point 2, FSD should make it very clear how grading and evaluation will take place, especially during mandatory remote learning periods. Pass or participated should not be used as grading parameter. Point 3, FSD needs to publish virtual bell schedule and number of hours that each teacher will interact with each student in person or in a group. Remote learning does not mean reduced learning, and the number of hours each student interacts with teachers should not be compromised due to remote learning. Signed, Scott Cow. Comment number 16. Here are all the reasons that I strongly disagree with requiring teachers to attend in person on campus. 1, the air systems in most schools are old and need a replacement if they are to meet the safety standards for circulating air that is infected with COVID. This is a costly endeavor, but it should be done for when schools do eventually open back up. However, teachers should not be forced to work in unsafe air conditions and should not return to campus until these systems are updated. Additionally, turning the air off is not an option either, as the classrooms can become sweltering during the first few months of school, creating an uncomfortable working environment and potentially dangerous one for those with medical conditions. Point 2, teachers and staff will have to share restrooms while working. Restrooms without open air become hotspots for the transmission of COVID. Point 3, adults transmit COVID to adults at a higher rate. Asking all adults on campus has the high potential to increase COVID cases among teachers and staff. Point 4, Governor Newsom's orders are first based on whether or not your county is on the monitoring list. In order to bring children back to school as soon as possible, we must work together as an entire county to be removed from that list. Creating conditions where COVID is more likely to spread is the opposite of the kind of decisions we all need to be making. Point 5, many of your teachers are also parents who will have young kids at home who cannot attend school. Rather than requiring them to find daycare, which would increase COVID transmission in the county, they should be able to stay home with those kids. Point 6, many of your teachers are in high-risk categories for COVID. You are gambling their lives and the quality of their lives with this requirement. The same is true for teachers who are not high risk, just to lesser degree. Point 7, some teachers can actually do the job better at home, as their homes are better equipped with the appropriate techniques of distance learning. For those who cannot, either provide them with the tech they need or give them the option to come to campus. This way they are making their own gamble and there will be fewer people on campus, thus lessening the rate of transmission. Point 8 and the final one, why? What is the reasoning behind requiring attendance on campus? Do you not trust your teachers to do their jobs with as much diligence at home as they do on campus? If so, this is a relationship issue between the district and the teaching staff that should be addressed. And I would encourage you to bring data to support your lack of trust to that conversation. Conversations should be the first step to a solution that problem, though not life endangerment. In short, if what you want is a greater return to normalcy, then now is the time to make the intelligent decisions that will lead to that goal. Keep teachers home. Signed, Leah McCauley. Comment 17. Hello, my name is Jennifer Thien, and I have 2 children that attend school in the district. I am writing in concern for the teachers' welfare. I was so impressed with the job that they did in the spring with my children's education in a time of crisis. I've heard rumors that school districts were considering having teachers teach remotely from their classroom. I want to make sure that that is not a consideration. Teachers are people like the rest of us, and many have children and families of their own. The idea that we would send them to an empty classroom to teach when they can teach from the safety of their own home is cruel. I know the amount of work that they are putting into remote learning is much more stressful than the usual workload. Why would we want to treat them anything less than the professionals that they are? Thank you for your consideration. Jennifer Thien. Comment 18. We saw during the spring that distance learning was ineffectual as teachers attempted to deliver content to students in a method they have not been trained for and curriculum that was not designed for distance learning. The teachers did the best they could while trying to manage their own homes and coordinate with students on Zoom. As a professor that teaches both online and in person, the content development and delivery is substantially different and does not just convert to online. What steps has FSD taken over the last 4 months to prepare for effective distance learning? If we choose to withdraw our children from FSD during this distance learning period, well, what will be the policy of readmitting students if and when the physical classrooms open up? Signed, Scott Galloway. Comment 19. Please take note that the California government and the state's Department of Health website state that the district superintendent can request a waiver to open elementary schools for an in-person instruction granted by the local health officer. Since our district has done so well to prepare and create a spectrum of services with enhanced safety measures, I urge the board to support Superintendent Pleca in submitting a request to provide Fullerton families the best education you have worked so hard to provide. This would still allow concerned families to school from home, while families whose children receive specialized instruction, families with parents who work and will be placing their children in childcare or else need to take off work, as well as families who want their child to be at school, can have their children receive the education services their family needs. Signed, Darlene Rosette. Comment 20. I am not supportive of distance learning. Where is the data that support full-time distance learning will keep students healthier than in-person learning? By keeping learning online, we are doing a great disservice for the children. Not only are we shortchanging them on learning, but we are harming the children's development by inhibiting social interactions. And in many cases, this brings a great hardship to working parents of younger kids, as additional resources will have to be used for childcare. And there is no data that says school-age children are actively infecting others while getting sick themselves. If the board feels compelled to do something, then set up a hybrid program. This way, those of us that feel in-person learning is a must can have at least a portion of the week learning conventionally. Without in-person learning, our children will lose a significant amount of learning opportunity that will never be recovered. Signed, Denny Sun. Comment 21. Hi, my name is Caleb Sun, and I am 12 years old. Last year, I was at Acacia in 6th grade, and towards the end of the year, all of a sudden, we went to online school. Online school was a better option for our safety, but it wasn't as providing as normal school. I felt like I wasn't learning as much, and that's because it was online. Yes, we had 2 to 3 meetings a week, but it didn't feel as engaging. I would feel like I wouldn't have to do the work. And I know many kids who were very disengaged, whereas in normal school, we were all engaged. So I think that online school just does not give us as much learning and opportunity, as well as I don't get to interact with others. I think interacting and talking with others in real life helps you with social skills and lets you be more engaged in your class, which in online school, we never really got to talk with our friends, etc. Lastly, is I missed out on a bunch of things, and I'm going to miss out on more with online class. For example, 6th grade camp, band, which I don't know how Mr. Hastings will be able to teach band online, basketball at LV. In conclusion, this next school year, I will be starting junior high at Ladera Vista, and I would love to go back to normal school to get a, what I feel, better education. I wouldn't miss out on anything, and I would be able to interact with others. So I am really hoping, alongside many other kids in FSD, that we are going to be normal school for 7th grade. Thank you for your time and allowing me to voice my opinion. Signed, Caleb Sun, student. Comment 22. My wife and I are parents of an incoming 2nd grader at Raymond in the DLA program, and we have lived here in Fullerton for several years. I am thankful that the governor mandated we begin the school year with distance learning. I am writing you to ask to extend this to the full semester and not consider a reopening if the county comes off the watch list. I am including citations for any information given for the transcript for anyone who desires to look into these facts more. There is a growing body of evidence that shows increased transmission and harmful effects of COVID-19 among young people. Just a few days ago, a 13-year-old boy in Claremont died while experiencing COVID-19 symptoms. Israel, a first world country, opened its schools fully in May and had hundreds of new cases among students and staff just 2 weeks later, ultimately putting almost 30,000 people in quarantine by last week. This situation is temporary and will pass. There is an increasingly positive outlook on vaccine research, even as of today with the new developments coming out of Oxford. I believe it is imperative that we put the safety of our students and staff above parental convenience and in-person learning until a safe and effective treatment of this disease and/or vaccine is available. It is true that some or many of our students will experience a more difficult learning environment temporarily. While this is unfortunate, it is this a preferable situation to getting sick and learning firsthand what the long-term health effects on our children may be. Please put the safety of everyone first and abandon any hybrid or full attendance models for the remainder of the calendar year 2020. A potential spring 2021 return should be evaluated later this year. Signed, Ray and Kate Gibson. Comment 23. I am concerned with the choice you have made to have all classes all online for students in the upcoming school term. While I know that it is in response to rising cases of COVID in Orange County, it is noted that only 8.6% of kids aged 0 through 17 are showing up as positive cases. In addition, death rates for kids in the same age range is at 0%. It has also been determined from studies presented by Pediatrics, the official journal of the American Academy of Pediatrics, on the peer-reviewed study, COVID-19 transmission in children, the child is not to blame. It was found that the child was not the source of the infection, that children most frequently acquire COVID-19 from adults, rather than transmitting it to them. Based on this and other recommendations by the American Academy of Pediatricians, who advocated for sending kids back to school, I urge you to reconsider your decision to forego on traditional in-classroom learning. Further, accumulating evidence and collective experience argue that children, particularly school-aged children, are far less important drivers of SARS-CoV-2 transmission than adults. Therefore, serious consideration should be paid toward strategies that allow schools to remain open even during periods of COVID-19 spread. In doing so, we could minimize the potentially profound adverse social, developmental, and health costs that our children will continue to suffer until an effective treatment or vaccine can be developed and distributed, or failing that until we reach herd immunity. Kids are missing out on learning and growth development that is vital to their mental and emotional well-being. Being subjected to these stay-at-home orders have adverse effects on children in various ways, and it is the best interest of children overall to return to the classroom. I have 2 kids who attend the district, and it was evident to me in the last school term how disengaged they were as soon as online learning began. Not only were they being assigned work on Google Classroom, I failed to see adequate live meetings with students via Zoom or other video platforms. You cannot expect all kids to be self-sufficient and motivated on their own. They need adequate guidance from their teachers, not a checklist of items to do for the week and a check-in once or twice a week. I would like to see the option available for those families that want to send their kids to school for traditional learning, or at the very least hybrid learning, as well as the original plan. For online learning, I expect to see teachers meeting with students for each class they have in real time. Our children need this interaction with their teachers and peers, and it is vital that you do all that you can do to make sure this is happening. Thank you for your time. Bina Matthew. Comment 24. I am writing to share my thoughts and suggestions regarding distance learning. I would like to request face-to-face lessons to be conducted at the same time via Zoom, where the teacher engages with all students in a similar manner to the classroom. The only change would be that each child is doing the lesson from home instead of the classroom. Posting lessons/videos for students to do on their own was not effective with my 2 kids last spring. It would help to keep the schedule the same, requiring students to sign in with the homeroom teacher for attendance at start of school and continue with the subjects with recess and lunch as scheduled. The change would be that both recess and lunch would be at home with family or a caregiver. Thank you for your consideration. Parents of Fullerton School District, Niroshiketa Kepitipola. Comment 25. Esteemed board members and administration, I am privileged to belong to FSD as a 20-year veteran teacher and as a parent with 2 children currently attending FSD schools. This spring, my children's teacher did a phenomenal job. They kept up the rigor and culture of the classroom with daily live instruction and great activities. My husband, also a teacher, and I upgraded our internet, bought microphones, overhauled the home office, and turned our home into a place we could have 4 people learning, teaching at the same time. We did it all on our own dime because we knew it was important, and because we are teachers, preparing is what we do. Of course, it wasn't perfect, and so this summer we have spent time learning and researching and planning for any and all situations because we had no idea just what we were planning for. I say this not for a pat on the back. In fact, I could name a dozen teachers who have done even more, but I tell you my story to encourage you to trust your teachers. We are committed to learning and teaching in FSD. In the spring, our school administration, along with district support, proved they value our safety and respect us as professionals when they empowered us with the freedom to teach from home rather than in our empty classrooms. Please continue to trust and empower us as we rise to this latest challenge. Provide teacher choice whenever possible, and consider that all our teachers are juggling myriad home situations while remaining ever committed to teaching and learning in FSD. Together, we will continue to show Fullerton School District is a place for innovation, community, safety, and excellence in education. Thank you for your time. Andrea Calvo, Ladera Vista Junior High School teacher. Comment 26, are we all leaning towards distance learning? What are the chances that the FSD would provide free wireless hotspot for low-income students like LAUSD? Thank you, Jason. Comment 27, my name is Katerina Fisher Malatu. Yes. Go ahead, trustee.
Trustee Sugarman, we cannot hear you. Can you please unmute your mic?
I think. Am I unmuted now?
We can hear you now.
Okay, that's an inaccurate piece of information. Could you please just state that we have given out hotspots and we offer them to people who need them?
We can address that in the discussion, or we can talk about what we've been doing, Trustee Sugarman, in our discussion. Thank you for pointing it out, and then we'll just continue with the comments right now.
Thank you.
Yes,
Ahead,
we'll share the great news of all the wireless gurus and wonderful things that our IIS department has been handling during our discussion. And as a reminder, we only have a couple more public comments, so thank you for your patience. Comment number 27. My name is Katerina, along with my husband, Michael, and on behalf of our 3 children, second grade DLA, TK, and 21 months old. I'm writing this letter because we do not agree with Governor Newsom's mandate announced last Friday, and we request that the district apply for the elementary school exemption. We feel very strongly that our children should be allowed to go back to school without masks, but with appropriate social distancing, free to play, eat, and have their PE class outside. We believe socializing and in-class learning with a teacher is crucial for our children's well-being. Since research shows that children rarely spread the virus, we do not see how their presence at school can be any danger to them or the faculty. On the contrary, the long-term damaging effects of extended screen time required for distance learning far exceed the minimal threat of this virus to our children. And this does not even begin to address the serious socioeconomic damage this will cause to families across the country. We are not willing to compromise the well-being of our children in that way. As for our family, I am a mother who takes care of the school-age girl and 2 little kids, including a toddler, and I'm doing this more or less on my own as my husband works long hours. This means that I am constantly taking care of household items, not to mention that I have no credentials to be teaching, especially not in Spanish. My children love to learn with a teacher and do not like to study with me. Denying them the choice to go to school makes me very sad. As for one of my children, she does not get Spanish anywhere else but at school. How is this going to work for her? Toward the end of the last school year, she lost her passion for learning. I spent sleepless nights trying to figure out the homework and translating her Spanish work so I could understand what she needs to learn and be ready to answer questions. She did a great job completing all her work, but did she actually learn something? Who could blame her with her babysitter crying for attention, who I could not be there for as normally as I could, plus seeing her other sister play or color? It would be impossible for a 7 to 6-year-old to have that kind of discipline and focus on not to be distracted. Aren't there any teachers who share the same view and who are willing to put on a shield on, not a mask, since kids need to see their teacher's mouth moving as they speak, especially when learning in a foreign language? Can't we give the teachers a microphone and speaker so the students can hear and understand them clearly? I understand that these are not easy times. All I'm asking is that we as a community can focus more on the crucial research data and less upon the fear that is being brought upon us, to stay strong, to use our common sense, and to apply for the state exemption to stay open and let our children grow. Sincerely, Caterina Fisher Maleturu. Comment 28. As a longtime FSD parent, I am heartbroken that the amazing work our district has done to prepare for on-campus education was summarily negated by Governor Newsom last Friday. The district has a safe way to reopen its campuses for learning, and I urge the board to do the following. 1, authorize your superintendent to continue preparations for all 3 education options previously presented to parents: homeschool, hybrid distance learning, and a 5-day on-campus education. Continuing to prepare for on-campus learning will ensure our district is ready for the earliest opportunity to welcome families who wish back on our campuses once it is allowed. 2, send a letter to the governor demanding he revise his order. His order should not be connected to his watch list. Instead, districts who have enhanced cleaning and sanitation can ensure proper physical distancing, have a testing program in place, etc., should be able to get authorization from the state superintendent of instruction to open. Local school districts should have the opportunity to plan for the specific needs of each district. Please stand up for children and their education. Be our voice. Jennifer Fitzgerald, Sunset Lane parent. Public comment 29. During distance learning, I would like more instructions and guidelines from the teachers to the parents on a daily/weekly basis on how to help the children, especially for the younger students. It gets extremely hard to help the student at home when the student gets lost during distance learning and parents don't know what and how to help the student. It becomes a blind leading a blind. For school reopening, I would like to see the hybrid being more of 2 weeks on and 2 weeks off option to follow the 2-week quarantine guideline by WHO and CDC. When they attend school 2.5 days, it'll be hard to trace and track and mitigate virus spreading. Sincerely, Cindy Kim. Public comment number 30, and that would end our public comments that were submitted via email. We do have at least one in person. Public comment 30. Hello, my name is Van Nguyen, one of the parents at Golden Hill Elementary. My kid is not learning much online. I wish he and all the other kids can go to school being safe. Like what I heard before, kids go to school on Monday and Wednesday, other groups on Tuesday and Thursday. Sounds good to me. When one got looked like all kids will get infected. I think school can divide students into 2 groups, A and B. Each group will go to school for 2 weeks, then switch to other. During these 2 weeks for distance learning, we can consider it a self-quarantine and incumbents, and time in case anyone gets sick. We will know right away so we can limit the spreading of the pandemic. It is safer for the kids and all others, and this is what I'm thinking. Best regards, Van Nguyen. Mrs. Nancy, are you ready? Do I have anybody else from the audience that has public comments in Spanish or? Okay. All right, we will proceed at this moment. As a reminder to our audience, we have read any public comments received by 11:30 a.m. And now we have Eglith Nuncy, who will proceed to give her public comment in person.
Hello, good afternoon, board members, President Vasquez. Well, I did like a little survey with the parents, the Spanish-speaking parents. I got 72 responses from all of them to give you like a broad opinion of the parents. Most of the parents, they are very concerned about the safety of the children, and they prefer to stay at home and keep them safe Because, you know, in here, especially in our area, we have so many cases of COVID-19. Maybe they're not experiences in other areas, but the concern of other parents is they have to go back to work. They cannot afford to pay their babysitter, and their jobs they are requiring them to go back to work. How they gonna pay their rent? The average family right now, they own rent between $9,000 just in rent. Between all the other expenses they have to pay, we are in a very hard situation, economical situation for our families. Our families are risk, our Title I families. Those are the concerns that I hear over and over from all my parents. And my personal opinion is our children, their safety of our children, and the safety of our teachers, staff. It should be always be first. We can unite and get maybe programs, tutor programs for our children, and they can get the gap of education for our children. But we cannot give them back their life, their health, and that should be our number one concern for all of them. That we have to preserve that from our children and our staff, and in general, it will affect all of us. Now, if a person have a symptom, it takes from 7 to 10 days to get the results. How we can assure in this time when they come winter, that our parents, maybe they can have the cold, the flu, or the COVID-19, how we can know they have to be in home? How is that gonna, or how we can manage a situation like that? We have to put all the scenarios, and unfortunately, they're all so hard for our parents, for our school. What happens if somebody get infected? Our staff get infected, our children get infected, parents get infected. How are we gonna manage something like that? We have the resources. Are we gonna have the capability? We know we don't even have enough testing right now in this moment. It's gonna be so hard for our community, for our community in general to afford it. I have so many cases when parents went to centers and they have to wait for 7 to 10 days to just have the test. And they have to be isolated, and they have to pay $200 to get testing privately, and they are borrowing money. And if there are 7 members in their family, they have to borrow all the money for every single member of their families. It's a hard situation that we cannot afford. Our families in our Title I school, they cannot afford. But another question that I have is how we're gonna manage our teachers, how is gonna be the ratio in the Zoom meeting when they have the classes. Our teachers, they're not gonna be able to engage 32 students. They're gonna be 17. How is gonna work the distant learning? There are so many questions. The kids there, we have classes in our centers and we have 5 to 7 kids for each group. And it's so hard to engage each of them. How are we gonna manage to do that? That is the engagement part for the learning of our children is a big question for all the parents. And I think this is how we are worried. Like a teacher, 32, the ratio is gonna get lower. They're gonna be 17, they're gonna be 15. The language barrier. Are we gonna have available the teachers? How is gonna be translation? How a parent can interact when they have questions? We know if there is a Zoom meeting, we're gonna have a lot of questions and we're gonna have a lot of noise in the background. If they have the class, via Zoom, Google Meet, what is gonna be the platform that each, like a school is gonna use? There are so many questions. We are 20 schools, and I think we wanna hear that from our district. It should be a priority. We're gonna have another meeting, and I think we wanna hear that is gonna give us a peace of mind to each parent to come here and tell you, if we're gonna have distant learning, let's all collaborate, work together, and help our families in need. Our families that are being now affected by COVID-19. I received exactly 5 minutes ago, another family here from Pacific Drive that test positive for the COVID-19. I know maybe in other areas don't have the same situation, but we are living this situation in our area. People that I know from different schools, Pacific Drive, Richmond, Woodcrest, Valencia Park. There are 19 families in our area that have been affected. And it's so hard to support those families. How are we gonna do? We're gonna do when these numbers increase? How are we gonna collaborate to all of them? That is the question that I wanna put to all of you. We have a lot of parents there in support. The kids, have the distant learning. And that is something that, the governor took the decision, and now how are we gonna make it work? This is gonna require all of us. As a Dillon president, of course, that's my priority for all our children in the district, not just in the south part of Fullerton, to have equity. We have the collaboration for all our students in our district. Thank you so much. Okay.
Do we have any further public comments in person, Ms. Serna?
President Vasquez?
Do we have any additional public comments from our audience?
Oh, okay. Can I test audio real quick, President Vasquez?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any additional comments from our live audience?
No, one more additional comment. You could go ahead and go to the podium, please.
And can you please introduce the audience member?
Yes. Can you go ahead and give your name, please? Thank you.
Hello, my name is. Hello, my name is Ashley Gomez. I have a brother who's in 7th grade. He's in junior high. At the beginning, when all this happened, he was already in special classes. He has ADHD. And what I found with this long distance learning, in my honest opinion, was that it was quite ineffective. He has a learning disability. And I felt like, I know it was fast and everything, but I was wondering if the continuum of long distance is going to be adapted to kids who have learning disabilities, kids with ADHD. Like, what's going to be done to help these kids that need the extra help, as opposed as other kids who maybe have an easier time being engaged. My brother has a very difficult time staying engaged, and it's very difficult for my mom to help him, so she doesn't speak English. And she finished junior high, she never went to high school. So I think it's important to also address those parents that don't have the education to help their kids. And I think that's something that worries me a lot. In upcoming, as we continue to do this long distance, I think it's important to focus on that as well.
Ms. Serna, was that the last comment?
Thank you.
Okay.
So I believe that was the last comment. Thank you for our members of our audience who are at the district who gave their comments. We have just completed our comments. I'm gonna go ahead and just introduce the format of our discussion item. We're gonna proceed with our presentation from Dr. Pletka and the cabinet team. And we are going to go ahead and follow with any questions and discussion from our board. We will then take any motions or any action for further direction to the superintendent if needed. And then we will have any votes based on any motions or actions. Let's go ahead and start with the presentation from our superintendent, Dr. Pletka.
Let me see is there a way to see the tile? Or no? Sorry, just a small audio technical difficulty here we're working on. Just a second.
Maybe you should put your glasses on.
Yeah, that too.
While we're waiting on that part, will there be a screen sharing for the board members that are participating?
Yes, we're working on that right now.
How about if we take a 5-minute break for the ladies' room? Or the men's room?
Let's go ahead and make a motion for a 5-minute break.
I so move.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, Trustee Meyer,
Yep, yes.
Zakor?
Yes.
Trustee Berryman?
Yes.
Trustee Sugarman?
Yes.
And Vasquez, aye. We will be back at 5:40 p.m.
Oh, we need it.
No, we can stop sharing.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, here, it's right here. Okay. Okay.
All right, we are going to go ahead and resume our meeting here at 5:40 p.m. And we will be hearing from our district team, Superintendent Pletka, on an update on COVID-19 and our distance learning plan for the beginning of our 2020-2021 school year.
So I just want to welcome our public. My name is Dr. Bob Pletka, and I'm the superintendent. And tonight we are going to give a comprehensive presentation and allow for obviously discussion and deliberation. Ultimately, we are asking that the board approve our options for when we return. We are, at least for your consideration, you can move it. It would still be okay to move it to the next meeting if you weren't prepared to make that decision today. We're not asking you to make the decision on a particular date. We have 4 program options, but when we do return, we're asking you to consider that. One of the things that would be helpful for us is to be able to communicate that to our parents, that these are choices for when we return. So that's just something more towards the end of the presentation, but if the board would consider that, we would appreciate it. So one of the things that, as we look at this, what I want to do is spend a little bit of time to talk about some of the legal elements, because I think that will inform this decision. We will again talk about some of the program options. We will be talking about the safety precautions that we are putting in place as we move forward. And of course, any other questions that the board has, we'll be ready to answer those. There are a couple things that just came out, and so some of those we're still looking into, but any of the previous elements will be prepared to answer those.
And Dr. Pletka, would you please remind our participants and listeners where they can access the presentation one more time?
Go ahead, President Vasquez, with your question again. Jeremy.
Can we please remind the members of our audience, if they are not able to see our screen for tonight's meeting, where they can access the presentation?
Yes, so for our audience that is listening via audio, if you would like to follow our presentation that we will be discussing, please go on to our Fullerton School District website located at www.fullertonsd.org and go to Board of Trustees agenda, and you will find the agenda, the board presentation, and all public comments that were read. Thank you.
And Dr. Pletka, as we move along the presentation, would you please just state the slide number that you're on so that the public can go ahead and follow along? Thank you.
Sure. So we are currently on the second slide, and it's really probably one of the most pressing questions that our entire community has. And that is, how will we open school on August 11th? And to answer that question, I want to go backwards a little bit to May. And in May, based on the guidance we had received, we have been preparing to be able to open on August 11th, whether that was distance learning or whether that was on-site or whether it was a hybrid or whether it was even a homeschool, and to really provide maximum options. In addition to that, recently in the last month and a half to two months, we found out what those precautions that we were going to have to take. The OC Health Department provided us orders. Orders are those things that are required of us to do to be able to open. And I want to just commend the staff. They've been working really hard. Our purchasing department has aggressively pursued those things that these orders have asked of us. So that's things like PPEs, things like plexiglass, things that weren't required, but things that would be necessary to be able to teach with a face covering. And so amplifications, audio amplification systems so that teachers could do that. Hand sanitizers, more sinks so that kids could wash their hands more frequently. Decals to know where people need to stand so that they're socially distanced. Signage throughout the entire district. And all of those things, the entire staff has worked really hard to be able to provide. And even though there were some things that were back ordered, staff called and called and called and called to make sure that we had those items. And as of last week, everything has arrived. And from a physical standpoint, we would have been prepared to open on August 11th, if that's what the board had directed and voted on. So we have been prepared to do that. Now, with that being said, I want to also acknowledge that our teachers have just started coming back. They worked hard, very hard all year. They adapted to the changing climate, learned new skills, whether that was with technology and Zoom, adapted their curriculum, worked very hard to be able to do this. And they went on a bit of a vacation so that they could also recharge and get ready. Now they come back here coming up in just the next couple weeks. And so in addition to the physical preparations, the training that they'll be getting, as well as classified staff that will be returning that are either 9 or 10-month employees. And so that next phase of that training is something that we've actually started today with some of the staff that's returning, and we will continue. And again, would have been prepared August 11th for all our teachers and our staff to receive the training that they needed. There were also systems that needed to be put into place. Those systems are requirements, again, of the OC health department's orders. And so working and have been prepared to be able to do that August 11th. With that being said, we will be prepared August 11th, no matter what, to open. But on Friday, we received the governor's orders, executive orders, that those counties that had rising cases would not be allowed to open. And we, at this point, Orange County is one of those counties where we have had rising cases. Now, there is some room for levels of optimism that not necessarily by August 11th, but at some time, potentially in the near future. We received a report today. There were some declining numbers in the cases of COVID-19. There was a second piece, though, that came out that's also significant. So one was that school districts in counties like Orange County, as of now, would not be able to open up on site, even though we will be prepared to open up distance learning on August 11th. But there was a second thing that is significant. And that second thing is that we will be required, and I think this is I believe this is a good thing, but we just did receive it Friday, that our teachers will be tested, need to be tested. And so we are working hard to secure resources, and of course working with our associations, and of course working with our teachers to see how would that work. We are very fortunate that we do work with our associations, very fortunate to work with our FSMA president, working with our FETA president and our CSEA president, who have a long history of working with us in partnership, and we look forward to continuing this as we got this new information. The testing alone that will be necessary to both secure on-site testing as well as to test potentially not only all teachers, but instructional aides that are in the classroom. Potentially, we're talking about 800 employees that will need to be tested. And so this while like all the other tasks we are prepared to do, we will work very hard to make this happen, and we will not let barriers get in our way to be able to make sure that we provide the safest environment possible for when we return. But I will say that will take a couple weeks for us to do all that testing, and quite honestly, probably more in the approximately 4 weeks to be able to both secure, contract out, set up that testing, and to be able to test potentially 800 people. So so these are the two things that we will be addressing. I've heard people talk about potentially a waiver. As all things, we will look into all kinds of options and always bring those sorts of things back to the board. I will say that as of now, I've received, though, some conflicting information. We have received from the County Office of Education information that the governor was interested in opening up counties versus zip codes. And so at this point, the waiver seems counter to some of the things that I had heard about counties opening together as opposed to a zip code or school districts in a zip code or in an area. But I will look into that and bring back some of that information to the board ultimately. The second thing I wanted to talk about is, well, just let me recap for a second. So as of this point on August 11th, based on the executive order from Governor Newsom, we will not open for on-site learning, but distance learning. And then we will work towards the goal of opening up as soon as it is safe and as soon as those orders allow us to safely reopen. SB 98, I do want to talk a little bit about it. It was a trailer bill, and I think this might at least inform and provide some direction and provide some information to our board. So SB 98 did come out before the governor's executive order, and at least temporarily overrides a couple elements of SB 98. One of those elements was that a school district needed to provide on-site learning. That was one of the elements that we needed to provide. In fact, I think it's element B, that school districts need to do that. And we've been preparing to be able to do that. And so that's why we're offering the 4 options for 2 reasons. One is we think that on-site learning is good for students. I mean, ultimately, I still think that's the gold standard in education. But I also want to add the second element in terms of compliance with SB 98, that we need to offer that. Again, the one element, SB 98 was done prior to the governor's executive order, and so that does override that element of SB 98. So we, again, once the executive order is lifted, we will need to comply with SB 98, which is to offer an on-site version. I do want to add in an element of the distance learning. And I want to acknowledge 2 things. One is that our staff worked really hard on a very short period of time to adapt a curriculum that in some cases was not intended to be completely distance learning. They themselves also have small children. They had school-age children that also needed to participate in education, and they were there to help them. And in fact, I won't say Jenny's last name, but Jenny is a teacher that works really hard, and somebody that teaches our students with special needs. And she invited me into one of her online Zoom classes. And she worked so hard, and she worked with her special needs kids, and she had an incredible lesson. But in the middle of it, like what many, many teachers face, her 4-year-old needed help. And during the lesson, and there was a bit of an emergency. I won't say what the emergency was, but there was an emergency, and she literally needed to work with her 4-year-old. And so again, to acknowledge that our teachers had to work in conditions that they hadn't done before, learn technologies that they had never done, adapt curriculum in ways that the curriculum wasn't even intended to do. And I just want to acknowledge all of their work. I want to acknowledge the work of the principals and the instructional aides that did everything they could to do something in an impossible situation. And I think they did it with honor, and I think they did it with dignity, and I think they did it with dedication. So I want to give a shout out to all of them. And I also want to say and acknowledge that we need to do better in this other round. What we delivered in distance learning was in reaction to an emergency in a situation, and everybody stepped up. But what I will say, it is haunting as a superintendent to know that I had first graders that didn't learn to read because of the impacts of COVID-19. I know I had special education needs, students that needed their teacher, that needed to be with them. And I will say it's probably the most difficult thing, the most, in some cases sad, in some cases haunting, in some cases wrenching, heart-wrenching, to know that our kids need more. And that what we did, while it was the best we could, it wasn't what our kids needed. And I want to say we are committed to a rigorous distance learning. We are committed to every one of our kids to work harder, to work with greater preparation. We have greater preparation time to do that. And so when we start on August 11th, Dr. Julian Lee, by the way, she's just got her doctorate, a little congratulations. She'll be sharing about some of the changes. As just one example, the new guidelines from the state include 200, in some, it depends a little bit on the grade level, but 240 minutes of live instruction. That's straight from the governor and from law. And so again, we'll be talking about it. I also, in addition to the distance learning piece, I also know some of our kids, while some kids thrived in distance learning, some kids like the autonomy. Many of our kids, they love their teachers. They love their friends. And I will say, without exaggeration, I have talked with hundreds of kids in over 4 months. And every day when I was out there and I talked to kids and asked them how they were doing, and there was kids that looked forlorn, and there were kids that quite honestly were down. And they were down because they need to be with their friends. They need to be with their teachers. They miss them. And for some kids, the reason they learn is because their teacher loves them and they know they're loved. And because of that, kids will work harder. But when they don't see that teacher and they don't see that encouragement on a daily basis, they pull back. And I also talk to our kids who express that maybe they didn't try as hard because their teacher wasn't there to encourage them. And while our teachers encouraged them online, or our teachers stepped up and did that, we all know that a Zoom meeting is definitely not the same as face-to-face. And they are different things. So distance learning, it's going to be more rigorous, but I don't want to say that it somehow replaces the power of a face-to-face daily contact that teachers and kids have in the classroom. The classroom actually is still a very important place, and technology doesn't replace that. While I talked a little bit about the governor's executive order, that on August 11th, we will be doing distance learning based on those orders. While I talked about an SB 98, when the executive order is lifted, there is an expectation that we do provide on-site learning to be in compliance with the law, SB 98. We talked about that the rigorous distance learning needs to step up. And while we honor and appreciate and recognize, and I am proud of the work that everybody did under a horrible situation to make the best of it, while that is true, it is also true that we need to do better in this next round. And I will say, I believe it's a moral imperative. There is an incredible sense of urgency that I feel that our kids get back to the sort of education that they need. And the research is really strong. If we don't teach kids to read and they go into, in terms of poverty, that the fact is they're actually years off their life. They lose years off their life. So when we talk about reading instruction, it's something critical. We talk about their health, diabetes. Actually, cases of diabetes go up when we don't educate students at that high level. We know that students, the cycles of poverty, we know students' quality of life is actually diminished if we don't provide the type of education that they need. And I will say, I have day after day, night after night, for most of this summer, been haunted with the faces of the kids I love and I take care of, because I want to make sure we do everything we can under our power to help them and to educate them, because there is a lot at stake. And I feel this is a moral imperative. And I also feel it is a moral imperative that I do everything to keep my staff safe. And that means spending whatever PPE that we need, whatever glove we need, whatever thermal camera that we need, whatever sanitizing, whatever plexiglass, what we need. I also feel a moral imperative to make sure they're safe and to do everything I can, because I love our kids, but I also love our staff. And I'm responsible for our kids, but I'm also responsible for our staff. I will make sure that I do everything I can to make sure that they feel safe and that they are safe. And I will say this, sometimes we say it doesn't matter what people feel. I want our teachers, I want our staff, I want our principals, I want our classified staff, I want our bus driver, I want my custodian, I want my office manager, I want my food services worker to feel a sense of safety, because they can't do their work without that sense. They will not be an effective teacher. They will not be an effective instructional aide. They will not be an effective office manager if what they face and what they come to work and they are afraid and they're fearful, not just for themselves, but their child, their 4-year-old, their 8-year-old, their aging mother and father. And they matter. Our staff matters. So our kids matter, and our staff matters, and our parents matter. And when we talk about when kids come to school and maybe they aren't affected as much, but our kids also bring our parents and they bring their grandparents. And so our parents matter. So just to say, I feel an incredible sense of responsibility. And I am eager, I am enthusiastic to do the very best for this district that I have. And I know I don't have all the answers, and I know that at times I need to be told I'm wrong, and I'm willing to accept that as well. I am asking for our board to consider a potential timeline that is consistent with the governor's executive order, SB 98, and a moral imperative to do the right thing. The timeline that I am suggesting, is that we start with distance learning as the governor, his order provides. We are, second, that we continue with the training that we need to provide, and we look forward to doing that. And some of our staff literally just got back today, and we need to make sure they feel safe, that they feel trained, that they have questions or answered. And so that we work to make sure all of that happens with our staff. After we do the training, after we put in the rest of the processes, the equipment, the facilities will be upgraded. We will have those done again by August 11th. When the governor lifts the executive order, and when we have done testing of our 800 employees that need testing, and when we have finished the training, which we will be finished by the start of school, that at a fairly decent timeline, that the board considers at that point opening up, because we will have met the compliance of the health guidelines from the Orange County's attestation. The governor's executive order of potentially will be lifted for our county at that point, and at that point we would be ready to go. I don't have a date for that, but I am asking for the board to consider a sense of urgency once that executive order is lifted. And I finally just want to refer back to SB 98, which does say that we should provide an on-site learning experience when we are able and when the county lists those orders. So my last piece, and I apologize for the length of this, and we will drill down into other elements, is I said this at the last meeting and I want to say it again at this meeting. There is a difference between guidelines and orders. The CDC has guidelines. The CDE has guidelines. The Orange County Department of Education has guidelines. There's lots of guidelines. What we have though is an order. We have two of them. We have an order from the governor that is legally binding, and we have a second order. And that order is from the Orange County Health Department, which says we must attest that we will do things like wear masks. We will do things like socially distance. We will do things like provide hand sanitizers, that we will have kids wash their hands. Those are orders from the health department. And if we don't follow them, we can't open. And if we open and don't follow them, they potentially could shut us down. So we are moving forward with those orders from both the governor and OC health department. And so with that, if you have questions now or at this point, Chad was going to talk, Dr. Hammett, who is our Assistant of Human Resources, was going to talk about some of the health measures that we would be moving forward with.
Good evening. This is Chad Hammett, Assistant Superintendent, Personnel Services. Hello, everybody. So this is not new information on safety. The California Department of Public Health in July provided schools with documentation regarding what are the areas that need to be in place regarding school safety. And we have, since that time of this document coming out, worked with our school employee groups, have worked with our parent stakeholders, and we've begun the process of implementing these health and safety guidelines to ensure that our schools were ready to open with students present on August 11th. With the change from the governor's order from last Friday, that doesn't change our timeline. We are still preparing to have our schools open and ready to go for students by August 11th, and to have them ready at any time that students are able to return. Because as soon as that order that was put into place regarding Orange County not being able to open schools is reversed, we want to be able to work with our parents, with our labor associations, and with you as a board to get the schools open for students to return to attendance and to learning at the schools. So the health and safety guidelines presented by the California Department of Public Health involve 10 planning areas. And I just want to briefly cover these planning areas because each one really does encompass a different part of the plan and how we're ensuring that when students and staff return, that everyone is able to be safe and to, as much as possible, avoid the spread of COVID. So the first part is general measures for providing a safe learning environment. that really is us working closely with state health, Department of Public Health, our local healthcare agency, the Orange County Department of Ed, and the other agencies that provide us with information and provide us with guidance regarding health and safety measures. And we have been working very closely with these groups in that process. The second component of our health plan is to ensure that we're promoting healthy hygiene practices. This includes hand washing and teaching students and staff how to hand wash and providing sufficient hand washing facilities for all students and staff. It includes cough and sneeze protocols, teaching students to cough into their elbow, not to cough into their hands, and to properly use tissues and to make sure they wash their hands once they have coughed or sneezed. Also involves face coverings, and there have been some slight changes based on what the governor said on Friday regarding face coverings for students in grades K through 2. We're still working through that. We don't have any clear definitive ruling on what that really means at this point, being that the information just came out Friday. We're still trying to work through what does that mean for our students in regards to face coverings. We also need to provide training to staff, to family, to students in all of these areas of hygiene. So this is a really big piece and a component we want to make sure that we are able to push out to everyone so they know how to protect themselves. We also have intensified our cleaning, sanitation, and ventilation. And I don't want to get too far into this because it can get very in-depth, but really ensuring that every day high-touch surfaces are not only cleaned, but they're sanitized. And it's a two-part process. You have to clean and then sanitize, and that's the way to make sure that the virus doesn't get spread. We also would make sure that all shared workplace and play areas are cleaned and sanitized, and that items are not shared to the extent possible. So students having their own individual items as far as their supplies that only they are touching on a regular basis. Playground equipment is only used by one group of students and then cleaned and sanitized before it's used by another group. Frequently cleaning with products that are verified and that are safe, safe for schools. So we make sure the products we use are verified and effective towards killing the virus as well. Also working with our HVAC devices to ensure that they have the proper filtration, which is called a MERV 13, brand new vocabulary word for me. And also ensuring that they are drawing in as much fresh air as possible and that those devices are running 2 hours prior to the start of the school day to maximize the exchange of fresh air in all of our classrooms and facilities. The fourth component involves implementing distancing inside and outside of the classroom. And this really is something we've heard a lot about, 6-foot distancing. And when that distancing is not possible, to ensure that everyone is utilizing masks, minimizing contacts, and especially minimizing face-to-face contacts in and outside of the classroom. So you will see things at schools, for example, one-way passageways where students only go one direction to minimize face-to-face contact, desks spaced 6 feet apart, students eating in their lunch in their classroom and eating at their home base or their desk so that they're minimizing contacts and maintaining social distancing. Buses where students are seated one family or one student to a seat with masks on, facing forward. And also minimizing campus visitors, minimizing the number of students on the playground at the same time, and staggering the use of playground type equipment. So there's many components to social distancing, but it's been found to be a very important component of minimizing the spread. We've also talked already a little bit about limiting sharing, but really the limiting sharing is not sharing materials or supplies, not sharing devices or books. And we also are putting in place what's called a locker, a UV locker, which would allow devices and books to be sanitized in the UV locker. So if a student has a device that's broken and they take and hand it in to the library media tech, that device would be sanitized with UV. Then the library media tech could repair the device, sanitize it again before it's returned to the student. So there would be a lot of measures in place to ensure those items are sanitized. We also would be really working with students that if they bring items from home, that those items stay in their backpack, not be shared with their friends, they not share their lunches, and really tightening up also our lunch drop-off protocols when parents drop off lunches in the middle of the day. The next big component is the training of our staff, our students, and our community. This is such a big component of this because it's making sure that everyone follows the same procedures. Everyone knows what are the best practices involved in distancing and in health and sanitation and in cleaning, and ensuring that these practices are carried on by everyone involved. The last 4 components are checking for signs and symptoms, and this really involves daily screening of staff, of students as they come to school, and it's checking temperatures, ensuring that everyone has a temperature of 100.4 or less, that everyone doesn't have symptoms, the symptoms of COVID that have been identified, which would be the shortness of breath, the cough, the sore throat, difficulty breathing. Also that everyone coming in every day attests that, no, I haven't been in contact with anyone that has COVID. And finally, I haven't been traveling in an area where there is a high incidence of COVID. So daily having that check, that signs for symptoms. And if somebody has symptoms, a real change to our paradigm is don't come, stay home. Whether that's a staff member, a student, a community member, if you're not feeling well, please stay home. Unfortunately, as educators, we often are trained to push through, right? It's only a sniffle, it's only a little cough, I'll be fine. No, we really are saying, if you don't feel well, stay home, please, and recover until the symptoms have subsided. The next thing is number 8, which is planning for a staff member, child, or visitor who is sick. We've worked with our school nurses. We've taken the recommendations from the California Department of Public Health and the Orange County Healthcare Agency and have really put plans into place to ensure that if somebody gets sick at school, that we're able to identify who that individual is, make sure they are put in a place that they can be evaluated and isolated so that they're not able to spread any virus if they have it, and then ensuring that we have procedures in place for ensuring that that student or staff member is able to get home and be able to receive medical care, and that we're tracking was it another illness, was it COVID related, so that we can ensure that if there were contacts and we do need to do what they call contact tracing, that we're working with the Orange County Healthcare Authority to track any staff member, any student, any parent who has become sick and has been on our facilities. Maintaining healthy operations really means that we have all of these plans in place, that we have a plan, everyone knows the plan, that the plan's executed, and that there's good communication between the site liaisons, the district liaisons, the Orange County Healthcare Authority, and that process is happening frequently and it's being monitored and well maintained. And finally, the final component of the California Department of Public Health's plan is considerations for partial or total closures. And these components are being recently updated by the information provided by the governor on Friday regarding percentage of students at individual schools who may be affected by COVID, percentage of staff, or percentage of schools in the total district. But again, being aware, when do we close schools and who do we work with? Who do we call and who do we get our advice from? And really working with the Orange County Healthcare Authority to ensure that we have everything in place to stop the spread if we do have someone who comes up having the virus, and making sure that we're keeping everyone safe. Are there any questions or comments regarding the health and safety guidelines?
Yeah, please, Trustee Berryman, you go first. I'll go second.
Oh, okay. Trustee Berryman, I just had, are you going to talk a little bit about testing at all now or later?
Yes, I could talk about the testing now. One of the things that recently came out, as mentioned by Dr. Pletka, is that all staff members in the district have to be tested every 2 months. So that is all staff members at the school sites going through a bi-monthly or every 2-month testing process. And we are currently working with some organizations, some local, actually they're larger local statewide organizations that could assist us with on-site testing of all staff on an every 2-month period to ensure that everyone has tested for the virus.
So my questions on that are, will the state be reimbursing us for testing, or is that something that we'll have to do on our own?
We don't know at this point. We're still waiting for more information. They haven't come out with all of the guidelines yet, but we wanted to make sure that we start the conversations now with organizations that can provide the testing to ensure that we're at the front of the line and not the back. So, but more information still needs to come out regarding costs and reimbursement.
Absolutely. And the last question I had was just with HIPAA laws, because our staff will be testing within our, because of their position, I'm assuming that we would then, or the district would have that information on how their test comes back, or is that something that our staff have to authorize the agency to release to the employer?
That too, we still need to work out. There have been exceptions made to HIPAA laws, particularly related to COVID. For example, temperature checks prior to COVID were never permitted by an employer. However, now they are. So we are still working through that legal piece as well. What is the information? How is the information shared from the test back to us as the employer? And what does the employee need to sign in regards to HIPAA? That's still an unclear area in the law.
Right. My last question was, oh my gosh. What was my last question? Oh my gosh. I think I'll remember it eventually. Oh no, we talked about who was being tested. So certificated, our classified staff that are on our campuses, is it all of our staff, or
Yes.
is it just a certain classification?
No, it will be all of our staff that have contact with students at our school sites.
So not staff that don't have contact with students.
Right, and at the school sites, there really aren't any staff members who don't have contact with students. There may be some district office personnel that only work at the district office that may be excluded.
But like IT and places that actually will go on to school sites, they probably would be tested. Okay, thank
Yes.
you. Thank
Yes.
you.
Trustee Takor and then Trustee Sugarman.
Yeah, Dr. Hammond, thank you so much for this information. I just want to, in my own mind, clarify. We were looking at reopening Fullerton School District along one of 4 guidelines. Parents would have had the option to choose. And this was thwarted legally on July 17th by the governor, who declared that counties like Orange County, our county, where COVID cases are rising, are not to open in-person classrooms at this time, correct?
Correct.
And so while we had a lot of plans for reopening, we are at this time and for the foreseeable future not going to proceed with reopening, correct?
That not reopening
In-person
for in-classroom instruction, right? We're reopening with a distance learning program.
Okay, so then how long, let me back up, I'm sorry. A couple of parents that wrote in public comments said that there's a waiver and the Fullerton School District should anticipate trying to utilize this waiver. Do you know about that, and can you speak to that, please?
We still don't have a lot of details on that waiver and whether that waiver would permit an individual district within a county that is on what's considered the governor's watch list to apply or not. We're still waiting for more details on what that waiver process looks like. But as soon as we have more information, we will bring it back to you and let you know what's involved.
Okay, so waiver aside, at this point, does the Fullerton School District K through 8 have any options for in-person learning for the foreseeable future, beginning August 11th and going into sometime in the first semester?
Without the waiver, there are no other options. The waiver would be the only option if it's permitted for us to look at that as an option.
Okay, I don't have any other questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Sugarman?
Hilda, you're on mute.
Will we be having our preschool open?
We are planning, yes, to open our preschool, but through distance learning. So again, we are limited on what we can open. Everything would have to open as distance.
Okay, when our parents come back for preschool, will we be testing their temperature as they drop their children off?
We will not be testing parent temperature unless they are coming onto our campus and actually coming into the campus facilities themselves.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Nice job.
Just to follow up, yeah, I'm so sorry. This is Trustee Secor again. Just to follow up, per the executive order that went into place this past Friday, if Orange County were to start having a lower positivity rate and we get off the governor's list, we then would potentially be able to reopen, correct?
That is correct, yes.
At that point, would SB 98 kick in, 89?
Yes, it would.
So I just have sort of a general question. You know, I really appreciated Caleb's letter about what he's missing. He and his classmates are missing by not coming back to school. You know, my sons are 11 and 9, 6th grade camp, student government, just in-class instruction. I am so sorry that my sons won't, and everybody else's children won't be able to just get back in to school and enjoy everything the Fullerton School District can provide. I just wanted to be clear, you know, I share the concern of every other parent that felt that distance learning at the end of last year was less than ideal. Chad, can you please talk about what distance learning is going to look like, what the requirements are? For example, there was no grading at the end of last year. There was no attendance at the end of last year. There was no minimum or maximum amount of time that teachers were to spend through technology with the students. Can you please address some of those and how the district is moving forward with that?
Is that part of Julian's presentation?
It is, and that's what I was going to say. When Dr. Lee comes to present, she'll be able to talk about that in her presentation. So I want to leave it to her as that's really her area of expertise.
Okay, then I just have one other follow-up, which is the other concern that I had with returning to school wasn't just what my children are losing out on, it's what our teaching partners and our staff and the concerns that they have. And so have we heard from our partners in teaching our students about how they feel or would have felt about coming back to campus before the governor's order?
Yes, we have. We've had multiple committees to talk about this. Additionally, we have already pre-scheduled a negotiation session with our teachers union on Thursday and one on Friday with our Classified Employee Association. And we've been in ongoing communication and conversation with our teachers associations, with our PALs. As you know, we're a PAL district. So one of the things that we do is we really do talk about issues on an ongoing basis and really do receive, elicit, and value feedback. So yes, it's been ongoing.
Trustee Meyer, and then Trustee Sugarman.
Okay, can you speak to what the governor sort of stated about going back to school? If you are a county on the watch list, you have to be off the watch. This is my understanding. You have to be off the watch list for 2 weeks before you can go back into the classroom. And then each individual school, if they show a 5% of staff or students that have symptoms or COVID, then that particular school is back to distance learning. That was my understanding of the governor's plan for going back and who is authorized to go back.
Right, and then one other component is if there are more than 25% of the schools in the district that are in distance learning, then the entire district goes to distance learning. And I wanted to go back to Trustee Takur's question regarding our employee groups and how they are feeling. There is a lot of concern out there regarding returning to school. There is a lot of concern about the virus, how the virus has had a spike or an increase recently, or a surge, they're calling it. And there is a lot of concern about returning to school on the behalf of our employees and our employee groups. So there's obviously, it's something that brings them some concern.
Trustee Sugarman?
It's okay. I think that Dr. Lee will cover it.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. Dr. Hammett, thank you for presenting us with a preliminary plan on when our schools reopen. I have a couple questions in terms of our custodians. We are currently recruiting can you talk a little bit about the recruitment of our custodians, the level of custodial work that we're gonna need in order to prepare to reopen, and whether those jobs are being flown as permanent versus temporary. Also, if you could please address whether we will be committed to everyday cleaning for the entire year, as this might also have an effect on the recruitment of custodians who will want to look for a secure position within our district. And that's why I'm wondering if they're permanent or temporary. Are we committing to everyday cleaning? What does that look like? And how is our recruitment going?
We are recruiting right now for custodial positions. The positions we are currently recruiting for are temporary because we don't know how long this current coronavirus pandemic will last. And so we are hoping, we're keeping our fingers crossed, as is everyone, that this is just a temporary issue and that it's something that we can address and be able to do the cleaning that we need to do now, but not have it be an ongoing issue for us and for our students and staff and community. We are looking at doing daily cleaning because the program models that we have set up for 5-day and hybrid do involve daily changing of students between classrooms. And anytime you change groups of students that are working in a classroom, you do need to do daily cleaning. Plus, it's just a good practice to daily clean surfaces that are high touch, such as desks, doorknobs, faucet handles, drinking fountains, etc., to ensure that everything is properly cleaned and cleaned in between. So we are doing daily cleaning, and we are, again, hopeful that there will be something that will occur on the vaccine front or somewhere that will enable us to be able to not have the pandemic ongoing.
And Dr. Hammett, so it is my understanding that we did not have enough custodial staff members before COVID to satisfy everyday cleaning. And so what we're saying right now is that we are not committing to everyday cleaning for the entire year?
No, we are committing to everyday cleaning for as long as needed to keep our staff and our students safe, and to ensure that we can do daily cleaning of our classrooms and all of our facilities that are used by students and staff. And we are doing very well on the recruitment. We had the goal of securing an additional 20 temporary custodians, and we are currently at 17. So we are doing very, very well on the recruitment process.
So we will be doing everyday cleaning for 2020-2021 school year. Is that what you're saying right now?
We will be for the duration of the pandemic, for as long as needed to address the concerns regarding the pandemic, yes.
So 2020, 2021, are we committing to this? Yes, or?
And it could be longer than 2020, 2021, depending on how long the pandemic and the needs for this level of cleaning stay in place.
Thank you. My other question was around partnering with local nonprofit health organizations. There are districts across our county who are partnering with organizations like Latino Health Access, which is a nonprofit organization with many years in doing cultural work around health access for the Latino community and the community at large. In Orange County. Are we looking to partner with an organization like Latino Health Access or other organizations to provide testing for the community at large?
Yes, we are always looking to develop further partnerships with community organizations. I'm familiar with Latino Health Access. I did work with them in another district, and we are constantly looking for other partnerships. And right now, the most unfortunate part of it is there's such a great need. And even our local community organizations are overburdened. So it's really developing those partnerships and getting them to come help us, knowing that their plate is very full right now as well.
And what organizations have we reached out to?
I really am not the expert to speak to that right now. I don't have that off the top of my head, but we can get that information to you in a communique or at a future meeting if you'd like.
Have we reached out to Latino Health Access specifically?
I do not know.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Any further questions from the rest of my colleagues for Dr. Hammond?
Not right now, but hopefully if by the end of the presentation, if we have them, we can still ask, correct?
Yes, I'll be available, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. For those of you listening, I'm Rob Coughlin, Assistant Superintendent, Business Services for the Fullerton School District. Just a reminder in the background, I've been asked to ask you if on your cell phones at home on Zoom, if you could turn off the notification, because when it dings, if your phone happens to go off, then we hear it over here. So just a nice reminder on that. I want to just talk about some things that Dr. Pletka, Dr. Hammond have really already talked about, and it is facilities and the things that we do have in place. If you have gone out over the last 2-3 months, you've gone to a restaurant, you've noticed that there are some restaurants that are open and that seats are spaced farther apart. If you've gone to the supermarket, assume most people have gone to the supermarket, you'll notice that there's plexiglass that is up when you have interaction where you may be closer than 6 feet with someone. These are all things that have been put into place out in the community, and there are things that we have in place in our school district. Tonight's presentation really is about what the instructional program is going to look like when students return. But there's another phase to it. Staff is going to start returning to school, office staff. And we need to make sure that the offices are ready for that. The public is going to start returning to register students. We have to make sure that we're ready for that. And for all of those, we are ready. And we will be ready on August 11th with all of the measures that are in place. Unfortunately, and sadly, on August 11th, it's probably doubtful that students will be here, but we will be ready, because when the numbers start to go down and when we are able to come back, we will be one of the few districts that is ready to come back. It's very important that we do that. So I want to go through some slides. What we've shared with principals, we've met with principals and staff. If you look at this is what we just have to rethink of how are we going to use our facilities? How are we going to make our facilities safe? And so what we're looking at here is, this is Richmond Elementary School. And there's a lot of, oh, what slide number? I don't. This is after 11.
11.
Oh, it says right, yep, slide 11. On slide 11, all of the schools have this. All the schools, and they are kind of unique, but for the most part, there's some symbols on here, and we would be sharing this, and we will be sharing this with our parents when they return to school. So what you'll notice on here is there are some arrows. There's some green arrows, there's a yellow arrow, and there's a blue arrow. The yellow arrow is the main place where students are going to come in. We've talked about the thermal cameras that we have, similar that you would see in an airport. We're able to bring many students through at a time and do temperature checks. That is a requirement that we have to do. We also know there are students that enter the school from other access points in the back, the blue arrow or the green arrows. When that happens, we will be using touchless thermometers and taking students' temperatures. You're looking at those 4 crosses on there. What are those? We call them hydration stations or hydration tents. If you've been out walking and you're walking quickly and maybe it's a little warm, if I took your temperature on your skin, you might register a little high. So it doesn't mean you have a fever. It just means that's the temperature check. And so what will happen is we will have a place for a student to sit and cool down, have some water, and then we'll take their temperature again. If for some reason the student continues, and the student in fact does have a fever, we would then move that student to that, in this case at Richmond, the room that has a triangle. We can monitor safely, social distance the student in there. Hopefully there's not more than one, or more than 4 or 5. We have enough room for 4 or 5. We are really hoping that parents are not sending students to school with fevers, but we will be checking. And so at that point, it's a place for students to go. So this is how students will be entering the schools. You see on here, there are some shade tents. What those shade tents are for, when we've reduced the class sizes, and now instead of 34 students in the classroom, you're down to 17, we need alternative locations for students. And so we've looked at every campus, we've looked at libraries, multipurpose rooms, STEM labs, and in some cases we've had to utilize and rent shade tents, kind of like the tents that we've had at the foundation events. You've seen those tents. We're also able to use the shade structures, the solar shade structures, if they are available. On this chart it says LB. And so that will help us for the extended learning portion when we return. The H's are hand washing stations. A lot of our classrooms have sinks, which is going to be great. Students can wash their hands in their classroom. But we do have some portable classrooms and some classrooms that don't have sinks. In that case, we will have hand washing stations placed throughout the campus. And in some cases, we are bringing in actual larger, I'm calling them stainless steel troughs that can accommodate more students for hand washing. Throughout the campus and in every classroom, there will be hand sanitizers. They're there now. We're encouraging students to wash their hands frequently and use the hand sanitation. You'll notice on here there's Wi-Fi access points because we will have students that are possibly out under the lunch shelters or out under those tents who will need access to the internet. We're going to need to, because classrooms are being reduced from say 34 desks down to 17, we're having to remove furniture out of the classroom. Because we're cleaning every day, we want to make sure that we're minimizing the touch points that or in a classroom. There's no sense in having 34 desks in a classroom if there's only going to be 17 students in the classroom on that day. And so we've had to bring in sea containers to store the extra furniture. So all of these, Scott and his team have worked with the principals and gone over this. And this is our plan. The little red dots on here, you can see that's where students will line up as they come onto the campus. All you really have to think about is if when you go to the store and outside, you kind of line up outside and you come in the store or while you're checking out. And so there will be decals that will be on the ground as well. Just briefly, or want to go back over these again, I think it's worth mentioning. We will be doing daily thermometer checks. We have hydration tents and wellness areas for students that come to school maybe a little hot, they need to cool down. Social distancing in all of our classrooms, average desks, about 17 desks per classroom. That is our goal. And as Dr. Hammett mentioned, there's no sharing of school supplies. We've purchased separate bins for the students, which will be their own little bin that they will put their things in. We will be using the solar structures and tents for extended learning. And we will have daily cleaning and sanitizing of classrooms. Now, I know the question came up about the custodians. We will have staff starting to return tomorrow, office staff. The number of people on the campus will go from 2 probably to about 8. We're adequately staffed, including custodians, to do the cleaning starting tomorrow. We don't have students on the campus. As more and more people come on and students return, we will then need to employ additional custodians because we have more areas to clean. So we understand and we know that by cleaning touch points and sanitizing, that will greatly reduce the spread of any kind of germs, COVID-19 or any other germs, really. And the question came up, well, is that only during the pandemic? I think it's going to become a new way. So we will probably in the future be looking at increasing our custodial staff. Right now, because we don't know, and there's not necessarily a need, and we don't know how long it will be till we have that need. So to go out and hire additional custodians right now, permanently, when it's not necessarily needed, it would not be the fiscally prudent thing to do. We will have regular cleaning and sanitizing of restrooms throughout the day, plexiglass in offices for face-to-face transactions, social distancing, floor decals, all of these things that you see out when you've gone to the store and when you've gone to restaurants. One thing that's unique is one-way directional signage. If you think about a school like Maple, they have indoor hallways. We really don't want students coming face-to-face. So we would like the students to travel in one-way direction. We'll have signs up for that. If you think of Ladera Vista, they have those long corridors. It will be a one-way going another way, and then you come up on the other side. That is to encourage one-way directional traffic. If you think of the district office, we have from the front door back to business services, that is a hallway. We're looking at making that one way. However, there's some times where making that one way will actually increase potential risk somewhere else, because now you might have somebody that has to walk all the way around through another entrance, touching other doors. When one-way directional is not possible, we've looked at signs that say, move all the way over to the right. So you're not coming up, on somebody face-to-face. Hand washing stations, hand sanitizers. In restrooms, we've replaced all of we're in the process of doing it, the air dryers. We had a lot of the electric air dryers, which are not the best to have. And so we've replaced them with touchless paper towel dispensers. Same thing with the soap dispensers. We're trying to minimize the touch points. And personal protective equipment will be provided, masks, gloves, sanitizer, all of that. We have purchased large amounts of that. We've been purchasing that over the last few months, and Mike McAdam in purchasing is on top of that. Want to talk about two more areas, and then I'll be more than happy to answer any of your questions. Transportation will be an issue when students return. If you think about having to do social distancing, our buses can hold anywhere from 40, 50, 60 students. And if now that's going to be reduced, you've now created a situation where you're going to need some more transportation. The latest orders say that on a bus, you can have one student per seat, or a family, if maybe there's 2 or 3, can sit in that seat. When students come on the bus, there's hand sanitizer. We're going to ask for them to use the hand sanitizer. 1 student family per seat. There'll be temperature checks will happen before they enter the bus. Masks will be worn by the driver and the students per the order. And the bus will be cleaned and sanitized between groups of students. So when a bus driver picks up a group of students, drops them off at the school, the bus driver will then take 20 minutes, quickly clean, sanitize that bus. Remember, we shared those the tool, the ionizing tool that is able to spray out a mist and very effectively, and have it sit for about 15, 20 minutes until the next group is able to get on the bus. So buses will be cleaned and sanitized. Nutrition services, when students return, students will be eating breakfast and lunch in their classroom. We're trying to minimize what students touch, and so they'll be in their classrooms. Lunch will be staggered because we can't have everybody go out to lunch at the same time. Yes. Right, that's my students will be supervised by the noon supervisors in the classrooms. And so if you think about it, if we have 5 or 6 noon supervisors at a classroom and we start at say 10:30, maybe a class goes at 10:30 and then another one at 10:36 and then another one at 10:42, that noon supervisor is going to stay with that class for 30 minutes while the teacher takes their lunch. Teacher comes back, noon supervisor goes on and picks up another class and takes them to lunch. And so that's how that will work. We will still, we know that we will have students that will be on independent study, and we will be offering the grab and go lunches if that's available through the waiver, which we believe it will be when we return. And students can pick up their lunch, probably not during the 10:30 to 12:30 time, because our nutrition services staff is going to be serving students, but it could be at another time. It could be at 9:30, it could be at 9:45. We don't anticipate a large number of students, so the window will be smaller. We're talking about when students return. Just so everyone knows right now, we are continuing, and we have over the summertime, we've been continuing to feed our students. On July 17th, per a plan, we reduced distribution sites to 2. We reduced it to Maple and Pacific Drive. And that will continue until July 31st. We'll then be taking a week off, week and a day. Our staff, our nutrition services staff, have been working straight since Christmas, did not take a spring break, did not take times off. We continue to serve meals. Starting up on August 11th, when we're doing distance learning, we will go back to the distribution at our sites for lunches for our students, as we did for the last 3 months. And so that will continue. So with that, some of the things are redundant. We've talked about them, and I think that's okay to do. I think the community and I think staff, we need to hear this a few times. We are taking every precaution possible to make sure that our sites are safe for students, safe for staff. Another thing that I should mention, the air filters have all been replaced with MERV 13 rated air filters. And so those are in place. So with that, if there are any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer your questions.
Trustee Meyer?
Will you talk a little bit about maybe the staff lounge and the classified, what provisions are happening there?
So the campus is open. Staff lounges are open for staff. It's just inside the staff lounge, we need to do social distancing. And so it's available. We're not taking any of the staff lounges away. They can still use them, and we want them to use them because the students are going to be eating in their classroom. They need a place to eat, which is another reason why it's important to stagger our lunches, because if I have 5 or 6, I could probably get about 5 or 6 teachers in a lunchroom at one time. I can't get 20 or 30 in at one time. So that would be another reason to stagger those lunches. And was there another part to that you had talked about? Okay, we answered that.
Trustee Berryman?
Okay, thank you for this information, really appreciate it. To piggyback just on Jani's question about the staff room, will we be cleaning that after each staggered lunch or not? I know that's hard.
Well, it would be difficult to do that because the teachers will be coming in every 5 or 6 minutes. Inside of that staff lounge will be hand sanitizers, encouraging staff to use that, social distancing. Also, the question came up about workrooms and protocols around using copy machines. Gloves will be available, hand sanitizing will be available. We're going to need to rethink that because, again, just think of all the touch points. We're trying to minimize the touch points, and there will be ongoing cleaning throughout the day of going in and cleaning touch points.
We have more stuff for you.
Sorry. Thank you. How about, okay, so going back to, you had mentioned that there were going to be plexiglass in our offices. I know that some districts are doing plexiglass around desks or like sneeze guards around desks. Is that something that we're considering?
So we did look at that, and right now the answer is no, we're not. If you think about it, if you have 17 of those in a classroom, cleaning time is already minimal. And so now to clean that, each one, where custodians really only have about 15, 20 minutes in a classroom, would triple the amount of time to be in there to clean those effectively. And so it's for that reason that we have chosen not to go in that direction.
Okay, thank you. I know that the state was going to be sending out PPE. Did we get a care package from the state of California saying here's all your masks or your facial coverings, or have we not got that yet?
We did get via the County Office of Education, we did receive some gloves and some masks, and every little bit helps. It certainly was not enough to get us through the year. It's very similar to the Reserve for Economic Uncertainties. It would get us through a couple weeks. And so, but we are grateful for what we did receive. And if more comes, we will use that.
So they didn't defer it at least, right?
They did not defer that. No.
Okay. The other question I had is you had mentioned that some of the furniture is going to be taken out of classrooms and moved into C-bins. Just as a FY, just kind of a thought out there that making sure that I know that when my stuff gets put into one big container, sometimes I don't get it back. So are we making sure that our staff members are kind of tagging their furniture so that when it comes back and they can get it, that we know what goes where?
We are we are tagging every piece of furniture and storing it safely having been a teacher myself and having been a teacher that took very good care of my desks, I want to make sure that I get my desk back.
Your desk back.
I say they're my desks. They really belong to the district. But when I've been the custodian of them for 3 years, I would like to get them back. And so we will be labeling those to get all of that furniture back.
I'm sure our staff kind of feel the same way. And I had an attendance question, but I don't know who to give that one to. I don't know when I should give that one. So maybe that's a Chad one at the end. If it doesn't get covered later, I'll go back.
What is the question? We can.
It's in reading through SB 98 and the information that's come out when they talk about more than 3 days absence, and they start to talk about just how long kids are gone. I know that when we talk about chronic absenteeism, do we have any regulations on, I'm assuming that we wouldn't do just a normal SAR, but we would do something different. Obviously, there's a lot more outreach that's going to be required here when kids are not showing up to school. Just kind of wondering what the differences were going to be on how we treated absences and attendance once this gets into rolling.
Yeah, Dr. Lee will be discussing that.
Okay, all right,
we've done similar things with foster students and with that. Just know that the state has, in a sense, held us harmless on our ADA. So the ADA that we received last year, we'll receive this year. But they do want to have things in place, and for good reasons, and also because we want to make sure that we're having contact with students. Right. And so there is going to be an accountability piece that will be there, and it will need to be followed or risk losing funding. That is some of the penalties in there. So as we get closer to that, we can share that. Dr. Lee can touch on some of those.
Absolutely, yeah, because we need to know, why our kids are not coming and give them the tools that they need to come. So, okay, thank you. I'm sorry, that's the end of mine.
Dr. Coughlin?
Yes.
Trustee Takor, the level of, or the depth of thinking that's gone into these reopening plans, I just want to commend you, the entire team. It's obvious that we were following the best science, the best practices, and I hope that in the near future we can have a successful reopening based on these plans. Just wanted to say, I'm very impressed, and my wife and I were on the fence about coming back to school, that we definitely were going to do distance on our own. Then we thought, well, the district is taking such good care. Unfortunately, that decision's been taken out of our hands, but just to commend you and the entire team. As a parent, I definitely feel like the district was going above and beyond with regard to the health and safety of our students and all of our staff.
And we encourage, as I said, the offices will be open tomorrow. Thursday, the public will be able to come in as parents are coming in to register their students. And over the coming weeks before we return, we encourage parents to come to the sites, go into the office. You need to know that it is a safe place, and we want you to see that. And so I encourage people to work with your principals on that and go in. Thank you.
Any other questions for Dr. Coughlin? Trustee Sugarman?
Yeah, one sec. I echo what Trustee Takor said. It is amazing, the plans and the amount you have gone to make this as healthy and safe as it possibly can be. I can't imagine everything you guys have, you all have thought about. It's very, very impressive. I know that we also have some personal protective clothing, I believe. So for those who need that, who feel more comfortable with that, and some face shields. And there's just no way to mention all the wonderful things you've done. But I want the people who are listening to hear, because some of their questions earlier, or from not knowing. And we're being bombarded. Oh my God, bombarded with so much frightening information. Our students are frightened. Our parents are frightened. Our employees are frightened. And it makes you think of Winston Churchill, the greatest fear is fear itself. And so I am so pleased that you are presenting the safest possible environment that we can create when the time is safe for our students to come back. So thank you.
And we really are, I mean, we're at war here. We're at war with a virus. And when you are at war, you want a Marine. And we have a Marine. We have the best Marine. Our director, Scott Schlops. Send in the Marines. When we say, you need to get in there, he doesn't, what? No, he just goes and he does it. And he does it with passion. And when he hits, and he has hit many, 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 many roadblocks, and he's worked his way around that. I think it's one of the reasons why, there's many reasons why we hired him, and I could not have predicted this, but it's the mentality, his thinking, his analytical, his team with Emilio and Albert and all of maintenance. They get it, they understand it, and they make it happen. So they are heroes.
I agree. Thank you. Thank everybody. Oh my God.
Any last comments or questions for Dr. Coughlin? Okay, thank you, Dr. Coughlin, and thank you to your team for all your hard work. And now I believe we have Dr. Lee to present our distance learning plan.
Good evening, President Vasquez, Board of Trustees. For those who are listening via audio, my name is Julian Lee. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services. We welcome all our guests in the boardroom tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. In that I do have a new degree, but I don't think it includes being an expert in distance learning, but I am a learner. And I do want to share with you information that will really help us as we move forward. I think in March, when this was thrusted upon us, it was an emergency response reaction. And our district did the best we could at the time, given the resources. But moving forward, we wanna make sure that we include many, many of the different areas that were brought to light. And there's going to be a heavy, heavy focus on attendance, participation, learning loss, learning gaps, our special needs groups, as well as providing the social emotional support for not just families, but the students specifically. And so I'm excited. I'm really excited moving forward with the sites because we have some clarity provided to us by the state through a learning, it's called the Learning Continuity Plan, and it provides accountability that we're able to build this plan together with the sites to say, we attest, we profess, we are doing these things in our school district, and we have the guidance we need to be able to have some consistency in the 20 sites. And so I'm gonna share some of those points with you today, and I know there'll be questions, and I'll be more than happy to answer future questions as we move forward. With also developing the continuity plan, you'll hear more about that. You will also hear more about the stakeholder groups being involved in the process, and you will also be approving the plan. So I'm just going to give you snapshots of the language that exists currently in that plan. Just to bring the public up to speed about 2019 and 20, it seems like yesterday. It was in March when we responded, but the LEAs had to, which stands for the Local Education Agency, had to respond to a quick shutdown. And so the state provided some flexibility to complete the school year, and they waived ADA requirements as well as the instructional minutes and instructional days.
It also provided language on holding students harmless for grading. And we have a grading committee with our stakeholder groups. And we all agreed that due to access, inconsistency with even instructional deliveries, and until we get a better understanding of how we're reaching students, we cannot hold them accountable for that. So in that, moving forward, there is no waiver for the hold harmless policy. So we're planning to move forward with our grading. As well as this year, although the annual instructional minutes and PE minutes have been waived, there is a daily instructional minute requirement. And we are to follow at least the minimum number of instructional days as well as minutes moving forward. So this language also comes from the state and as a part of the learning continuity plan. We will be confirming and providing technology for all students. And Jeremy will be speaking, Mr. Davis will be speaking more on the access piece later in the presentation. But all the content assigned will be based on grade level standards, and the quality and the intellectual challenge needs to be equivalent to in-classroom instruction. And the governor himself says the word rigor many times. And so we have been tasked to provide a rigorous distance learning program. The program must support students performing below grade level through academic intervention. We must include integrated and designated ELD to support our English learners. Our SPED team has been working very hard to make sure that students with disabilities, their needs are met through their individualized education plans. And we need to address the learning gaps as well as access and support, social emotional support at that too, for our foster youth and our homeless youth. And just to just bring about that attendance question, we do have a system that triggers a 3-day absence where the school sites get a report, but it's not just about a triggered PowerSchool report. We're better than that. So what we do is we are going to be tracking for per student individual records on participation, and I'll get a little bit more into that. For our EL learners, we will continue with assessments, so we are not going to hold back on the process of reclassification. And also, the instructional minutes are to include daily live interaction with teachers and classmates. So to give you a little more detail into the learning continuity plan and what we must include, we need to include for every student an engagement record. So a document that tracks not only attendance, but daily participation. And the student does not get credit for the participation if they do not do the work or log into the class time. If students do show a pattern of absence, the site must respond with tiered re-engagement strategies. So it's not, it's about outreach, because we need to also respond to the families and the support, but it's also to be prepared to re-engage the student as well as address the learning loss. We began this conversation already with the principals, just the language within the continuity plan in SB 98, but we do have an upcoming meeting with our association groups to be able to break this down further. And what does this look like will be presented to you in a further meeting, in a future meeting. Daily notifications are to be sent to parents and students regarding any absences. Plans for outreach needs to be disclosed especially for students with needs, and it includes health and social services. And the big piece to this, because we are anticipating a physical return, we want to make sure that we have that also in our plans, because we're looking for a smooth transition. So it's not just about let's do distance learning and at any time wait for a physical return, and then to just uproot everything and go back. So we're looking right now at strategies. We have a committee to help break us down further. We started the process with our district, modeling some of the lessons through the summer program, which was a big success. We reached about 1,300 families, and we gave out some swag, and we even delivered donuts for them. But we also, from the district office, participated in a mentorship program
to make sure that we not only track participation, but offer the mentorship needed for students to be successful with the program. So we wanted to make sure we also provide some of those successful strategies that worked in bringing the kids up to speed, as well as engaging them in the learning. And we will be looking to have a committee with our teachers, our FSMA group, our principals, our administrators, to look at this distance learning to provide that rigorous instruction we talked about. Do you have any questions regarding distance learning? And we'll talk about distance learning here, but I will move forward with the presentation because I will be recapping the 4 learning options that we will move forward with once we do reopen schools. And in that, oh, and when you vote, if you vote on it, and we do have Rosanna Fonseca who is going to present when we do talk about option 3, which is the independent study but / distance learning. And it really goes with this distance learning presentation because we're talking about special programs in our district that we want to remain providing the supports needed to not lose and compromise the integrity of the programs itself. So do you have any questions for me at this time regarding just what was presented on distance learning?
Dr.
Yes.
Lee, this is Trustee Thakur. So what is the minimum number of minutes that students will be with their teachers during the day?
Right, it differs per grade level, but we're just going to throw out approximately 240 minutes per day, which is equivalent to 4 hours of minimum instructional minutes.
And so to follow up, that would obviously be driven by technology, which will be addressed later. Would the classes be divided up so that the teachers are maybe dealing with smaller groups? Is it the entire class? How is this being envisioned?
Right, we're working with individual sites. There was conversation on a teacher, if they're assigned their roster of 34 kids, we're looking at the transition back. So the transition back, if we're looking at social distancing and having 17 approximately per class, we want to make sure that the student remains with the teacher. And so they can still do that successfully, have 34 students via Zoom, but when they're doing breakouts, it can be smaller group sizes in distance learning. But when they return, they have the same teacher to have the staggered alternating schedules. We're also looking at that model in junior highs as well, because we just don't want to uproot a student's schedule per se. We want them to be able to flow naturally and with fluidity into a schedule that makes sense for them already.
During the end of last year, I personally felt like sometimes the technology was a little bit glitchy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you're able to discuss that, but for example, Zoom, I thought was a little bit more effective than some of the packages or suites offered by Google. But I think that our iPads that we sent home to students maybe weren't allowed to have certain programs, or we were concerned with people posting inappropriate content without anybody's knowledge. Do you have anything that you could add about that regarding just technology?
Jeremy will present on that piece, but if I just may disclose, because the board approved a Zoom license, we can move forward with having a little more consistency with not only the security protocol piece, but with even training teachers on the features of the licensed version. You can pre-assign breakout groups. We actually modeled it today with our principals, not the actual licensed version, but how a breakout group would work in a situation of a large group and you're trying to disseminate information, and how do you have participants be able to be interactive with that learning. So we have features in the future that will include pre-assign breakout groups. We can pre-assign co-hosts. There's many things we can do with it, but there will be training involved for the staff as well as the students and families, so we can better utilize the tool.
All right.
And then how are we expecting sort of grading homework assignments, turning homework in? How do you envision that looking for most?
We do have, back to normal as best as we can, because once again, we want to make sure that transition back is a smooth one. We do have a grading committee. It was a great committee. And from that grading committee branched out the participation committee. And we want to bring that committee back to provide input, because distance learning, when we were collecting that participation data, we also, a big eye opener was, and not that the sites did anything wrong, but there were a lot of different modalities in which the sites provided for their community and for the parents. So we just want that open and transparent. There are many different ways you can do it, but what are some creative ways? And so we're working on some site-based PLCs to kind of share our experiences of what were our challenges with distance learning. Let's not go there again. What are some big takeaways, and what are significant changes we are going to make moving forward? And assignments count again. We will have grading. Yeah.
So would you, the DLA program, for example, is very near and dear to my heart. It's now at 2 campuses. There's definitely a lot of concern about how, for example, English-speaking parents are able to teach or not teach or assist their children. This is all going to be addressed more fully as we approach August 11th. Or
yes, and we have Rosanna Fonseca in the room, and she will be going over that in her 2 slides. So if you have further questions, she will be the expert in the room to answer those questions.
Okay, and then could you just, final question, sorry, just talk about IEPs, students with special needs, sort of how the district is envisioning the services for those students.
Right, in a in-person model where we have, and looking at the 4 models, because we do want to model the way we structure systems similar to what we have created for the in-person, once again, for that transitional piece. So it's just looking at different modes of instruction, delivery of instruction, and the specialized attention that students need so we don't lose them via access through technology. But when we're looking at our SPED program, we're looking at a flexibility of 5 days to meet IEP goals. So in terms of having the fluidity to be able to pull out students to support needs, it'll give us a 5-day model outlook to be able to have more of a flexible schedule for students with special needs. So similarly with distance learning, I know the SPED team teachers are continually meeting to see what that looks like. And even if it means breaking down smaller group sizes or one-on-one supports or whatnot, they were working on more of the strategies that really worked the last 3 months and things they need to revisit moving forward. So that's an ongoing conversation, but they have been a part of every meeting we have on learning models or distance learning. They do not skip a beat with that, because they know that their students are going to need to have that information packaged in a different way with accommodations and modifications based on their needs.
I actually do have one other follow-up, and I'm just imagining my friends and other parents in the district with kindergartners and first graders. And what is the district envisioning, distance learning for children that young?
Right, and I keep going into Jeremy's points. I'm so sorry. We are looking to expand our distance learning program K3. So that's TK3 actually. So that's really exciting news because it opens up a chapter of possibilities to be able to teach kids within a different mode. I know the packets were very limited. I know our teachers put so much time into putting together packets, but if I may put my professional opinion out there, you cannot teach a child how to read through a packet. And so I know our teachers tried their best to reach out to the families and kids, but with the little ones, we were taking a different approach. And now that we have a virtual option, we're creating lots of great resources for our little ones to be able to access to learn the skills they need that are foundational to their reading growth.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go ahead and go with Trustee Meyer and then Trustee Sugarman.
Okay, your daily live interaction with teachers and classmates, I heard you say 4 hours. Without going overly specific, would you kind of give us a snapshot of what a day looks like? Just pick a grade level and 4 hours.
Absolutely. So just to clarify, because we do have the MOU coming up in the negotiations meeting, the 4 hours includes instructional minutes. So within the instructional minutes, minimum instructional minutes, we need to determine what that looks like with our teacher committee. So we're not envisioning 4 hours of just speaking time. Like we wouldn't even recommend that in person. delivering 4 hours of direct instruction. There's good models for learning where it includes direct instruction, but also engaging in new knowledge. It also involves interacting with new knowledge. It involves practicing and deepening. It involves looking at check for understanding. There's really good parts to instruction that you can incorporate during the day where it doesn't involve just an adult speaking to a child. You're interacting the child in the learning itself. So we're looking to work with our teacher partners in developing what that looks like, but we're talking about student interaction during those instructional minutes. That's what we're really trying to focus on so that students can actually engage in the learning.
Okay.
Does that answer your question, Trustee Myers?
I'm saying, you know, it's going to be hard for everybody to imagine what this really looks like until we really get into it. But if I were a teacher and I heard 4 hours of daily live interaction, I'd like to see that a little bit more lined out, and I'm sure they do too, not
Absolutely. And if I just may share a personal experience, I'm going to take off my assistant superintendent hat, but my parent went on. One of my children, they were very lucky to be selected randomly through a lottery process in the speech and debate program. And as a parent initially for my 3rd grader, I found it, I don't know how she's going to actually log on for 4 hours in a day and interact with somebody for 2 weeks straight, consecutive, well, not consecutive 10 days, 5 days and 5 days. She woke herself up 7 in the morning, made herself toast and logged in. And at the end of the 2-week program was very, very sad. It ended. She bonded with her. She goes, "Mom, I have a friend from Nicholas." And I said, "Kudos to you." And she loves her teacher. 2 weeks they bonded. And in that 4 hours, it was not full coaching. She got to practice with her group. It was broken up into digestible chunks throughout the day. She came down for lunch at 12. And as a parent, I can't thank the Fullerton School District enough for having my child have exceptional learning in 2 weeks delivered by a speech coach. And so I'm really excited about the possibilities, to be honest with you, on the distance learning piece as we move together with our teachers to develop what does that exciting learning look like.
Trustee Sugarman, and then I believe Trustee Berryman.
Thank you. I know you have a lot of people working on this. Let me reiterate and correct me where I'm wrong, okay? So we will have some children in a classroom, and we will have other children working from their devices at home. Now, the children on devices at home will have interaction with other children in the classroom, maybe broken down in a group, and with their teacher. Is that correct?
Are you referring to during the distance learning timeframe?
During the teaching time, the teacher will have, I'm going to make it up, 17 kids in the classroom and maybe 10 kids at home. And that teacher.
Oh. Yeah, that would be when we do a physical return back.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Yes. Okay, so not, okay.
So some children will be there and will be interacting with their teacher or moving through group learning, not necessarily physically moving, but using devices to pair up or whatever and interact with their teacher. And kids at home will have that same opportunity to pair up and to interact with their teacher. So we will have children online for a few hours at a time. Is that correct?
Actually, the independent study model, if you were to look in the homeschool, involve 100% virtual instruction. But the first 2 learning models where it is in-person and hybrid involve a full physical return in terms of the 2 days, alternating days. And then the other days, the 5-day learning model involves an extended learning. But the hybrid model students stay home. But they're assigned work, yes, virtually, so that their independent practice is completed via online or through that piece, through the online.
So is talking to them and they're communicating. So a few questions. First of all, we have those after-school college programs and things like that. Will those type of things be able to continue?
Middle college will continue, yes.
Okay, and then I saw the program at Hermosa, the full inclusion program, where the special day and I think it was 3rd and 6th grade
Yeah.
combined co-teaching. Will we be able to continue that type of thing?
Yeah, in the full return, the physical return, yes.
Okay, so if we do that, some of those children will be there 2 days and then home 2 days, right? And so they will still need to be able to focus online, right?
For the hybrid students, yes, they'll have independent practice online.
Okay. Now, what about things like leadership, student body offices? Will that be part of that 4 hours, or will that be additional? If you're a leadership class, student body.
Oh, like if you have an extracurricular activity, that's outside of the 4 hours.
It's outside. And PE, will that be part of the 4 hours?
For the distance learning, that will not be. We will have some activities that students can do at home if you're referring to the distance learning. But if you're referring to the in-person, yes, we will have PE rotations we have that embedded in the in-person return.
Okay, because I got so many comments from parents for suggestions for distant learning PE that sometime later I might share that or not, because you guys probably are all over it. And then we are doing better with the ability using hotspots for students to be able to function at an appropriate speed so they don't get upset and frustrated.
Yes, I'm hoping that's actually I know it's a bulletin on Mr. Davis's presentation.
Oh, yay. Okay, I didn't
I'm passing the buck.
I'll wait for Mr. Davis. Thank you so much. Thank you for organizing these committees, getting people to work together during the summer, for getting training in place, because one of the comments I got from many teachers was, are you going to train us how to do this? And I know that they're going to be very appreciative of all the stuff you put in place. And I'm sure the principals will be appreciative, because being able to help their team through those training mechanisms, and some of that crew who did the training, who created lessons and things, are just stellar teachers. And so everybody's going to get a glimpse of what some of the most creative and stellar minds in our district think to do. And so thank you for your whole team, for all of them, for caring, for worried. And I won't even begin to tell you, Dr. Bob mentioned sleepless nights. I think that everybody on this board worries about all of this for each child, for each family, and for our country. So I appreciate all you guys are doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Berryman, thank you for being patient and waiting for your questions. Go ahead.
Of course. If you wait long enough, most of your questions are already answered. So I had a couple of questions regarding surveying, and I know that we have been working together with our associations and our existing groups, but I think there's a whole pocket of parents out there that have lived this and lived it over the last part of last year. Are you guys going to somehow survey some of those parents as not what went horribly wrong, but maybe to get some things that we could do better, and how can we do it better? Because I think our parents are the ones that are there day to day. I know that you have the teacher side of this and you've got all the admin side, but it's, you know, in my house, this worked and this didn't work. And I think that would be very value added to kind of get some comments from people that don't normally comment, that aren't normally on some of these committees, to be able to provide some information to help us make our program, you know, the best that it could be.
Right. That's a very good suggestion. We've had even with the safety committee, we had a parent committee serve and give input. Even with our distance learning models, we had a parent committee serve, and their input was priceless. So with that, the more input we have, the better we can move our practices to help support families. So yes, we'll move forward with the survey regarding just a reflective piece on distance learning moving forward.
Right, thank you. And so when we're going back into the actual delivery of instruction, have we ever, someone brought up the fact, I think the high school district is contemplating, I don't know if it's been agreed yet, about live streaming their lessons so that they have them and they can provide them to the kids that are not on campus. Have we talked about live streaming with our staff at all?
Yes, we are talking with our teachers regarding that. But with the distance learning, even when the instruction is live with their class, it gets recorded through Zoom. So if anyone misses it, the classes are posted.
Oh, great. So it is going to
have that feature. Yes.
Oh, perfect. This would be okay. Back into the classroom. Some of the questions with special ed have already been answered. With interventions, is Rosanna going to talk about interventions at all and how we're going to be able to provide that, small groups by not the classroom teacher, but the RTI teacher? Are we going to be doing that?
Right, we are. Actually, we are looking forward to that conversation with our teacher group on how those interventions are not only scheduled throughout the day, but what type of interventions that are provided to reteach concepts that have been taught. So there is going to be a plan for interventions, and that part is going to be disclosed to you very explicitly in the future presentations.
Okay, perfect. And I'm assuming the same thing with our ELD and
yes,
our kids that okay, perfect. I'll hold off on that. And are you going to talk about social emotional health at that time too?
Absolutely. Yes. Okay.
I really, obviously we're all very committed to making sure that our kids are getting through this. And I know that lots of districts are looking at trauma-informed care and really taking, providing professional development to our staff members to be able to see, to identify what's going on and know what to look for outside of just the regular, instruction of your day. What kinds of things should you be looking for with your students? So I just want to make sure that that's something that we're going to be addressing as we go forward as well. TK and preschool and daycare, are those going to be covered somewhere? I just am interested in knowing what's going on there.
Right. With TK, absolutely. With preschool, absolutely. That would actually be a probably separate presentation. With our pre-K program, as well as our ACES program, Child Development Services, kind of did an update, presentation for us to recap the last year, but it was moving forward. I know we all have better guidelines now, so we're going to have to bring everyone up to speed with those plans.
Right. Okay. And then just to echo what what Danny was talking about is, student interaction for, our 4 hours or our 240 and 230 minutes. Again, I think that a big concern of our parents out there is really that we're giving our kids that instruction and that they feel like they're getting something from this,
right.
And that their kids are not falling behind because, if my child is only logging on for 2 hours a day, and then the other part of my 4 hours is just is my homework or is my, my independent study kind of work. I would be concerned about that. So I would like us to at least, let our staff know this is what a classroom would look like. This is what it looks like for us in Fullerton School District, and this is what we'd like to see. So I'm interested in hearing as we go forward on that as well. So.
Thank you, Trustee Berryman.
I believe that's it for me for now. Thank you. Thank you for all of your hard work. I think that you guys have all come through as a wonderful team, and this is not easy. And I think that people, and I know people realize this, that you have the end of the school year and the start of a new school year. So in addition to all that, you have all of these other things that you're adding on to that. So please make sure your team knows that we truly appreciate all the time and effort that they're putting into this and know that they care. So thank you.
Thank you. I will relay that message.
Thank you. Dr. Lee, I have a couple questions.
Yeah.
As we have mentioned before, the disparities of COVID in our communities is evident across the country and here in Fullerton as well. We know that although African Americans compose only 13% of the US population, they compose 24% of the deaths. We also know that our African American students are scoring disproportionately below in math and in English language arts. In English language arts alone, we have our highest group scoring between 50 and 82 points above the standard on our English language arts state test. In math, our highest groups are scoring similarly at very high rates, while our African American students in English language arts are scoring in the orange, 18 points below standard. And just this last year, as a group, they declined by 10 points. We also know that the rates of going to college among our African American students are disproportionately low. Our graduation rates among our African American students are also lower when compared to other subgroups. And so my question is, what are the strategies that were utilized to promote equity and inclusion among our Black students from March through May this last year?
The last year, I know that it was a response to crisis. So as we were moving forward with our plans and the participation data I know was shared with you in May, we did not look at participation based upon an ethnic breakdown. So we couldn't provide that data de-aggregated in terms of with our ethnic groups. But in terms of providing needs and supports for our neediest families, we did have principals as well as sites, as well as look at their non-responsive communities and their students and reach out to the families and have a strategy plan in place. And this is just speaking from March all the way to May. I know moving forward, we would do things much differently. We need to know who our families are. That's the first and foremost. We need to know every single group, whether it be social economic groups, whether it be, our language learners. We need to know who our kids are. That's the first and foremost. The disparities, we need to figure out our learning loss, and we need to figure out who the students are specifically. So that is a task that's going to be given to the sites to say, who are your families, who are your students? Let's look at the marginalized subgroups, who are the families most impacted by COVID. What are the needs and how are we supporting them, not just with the learning loss, but it goes beyond that. It goes beyond the social emotional supports. What we realized when we were reaching out to individual families, we were realizing that there was a reason for the lack of response. So when you say to a child, like when you say the parents aren't answering emails, we're calling them, they're not getting their phones. Or when a child doesn't do their assignment, when we actually get a hold of the parent and we have that one-on-one conversation, it was deeper than that. There were needs deeper than associated with that. So that was not, you can't just guess that. You can't just assume that. You have to know your families to be able to dig deeper, and the trust has to be there. Right now too, we have families that are non-responsive because they don't pick up their phone. So are we doing home visits? How are we responding in different ways to reach our families? Because it's a trust factor. And this is what Fullerton, I know, does, is that we go above and beyond just a phone call and reaching out. So, to answer your question, President Vasquez, I know we're going to have concrete plans for the learning loss in our subgroups, as well as meeting the needs of our African-American families, our Latino groups, all the groups that you mentioned. However, looking at the first steps of that
is to be able to have a clear sense of the data moving forward, to see and identifying where the learning loss is happening, as well as matching that up with our neediest families and knowing our families to be able to support that. So at this time, I know we're going to give some concrete plans for you, but that is the response I can give you moving forward. Is we are providing the sites with who their families are to better know their demographics as well as their breakdowns.
And Dr. Lee, we already do have a lot of data in terms of where our subgroups are.
Yes.
Now, we're not just talking about learning loss due to the crisis. That's in addition to where we were, where our students already were.
Yeah.
Now, moving on to our English learners. When we're looking at English language arts, again, I said the highest performing group, which is our API students and our API students and our Filipino students and students with 2 or more races, all scoring between 50 to 82 points above the standard in our English language arts state test. We have our English learners scoring 14 points below standard and maintaining that growth. That means that they haven't made growth. Now, this doesn't include disaggregated data for students who have not been reclassified, right? When we're also looking at the data, which we already have, over 50% of our students, no, a little less than 50% of our students are not making growth in English language acquisition. That is data that we already have on top of the learning loss.
Yes.
Now, my next question is, what strategies were utilized, and was there additional funding and additional supports to our teachers who have disproportionate number of English learners who are have not been reclassified or are in the first year reclassification process or second year reclassification process? What strategies and additional supports were utilized to promote equity among our English learners during distance learning? And what are we planning to do? What is already within the distance learning contingency plan that we have developed over the last couple months, as we already knew that perhaps there was a possibility of us coming back 100% distance learning. So what's already in that plan for us to make sure that we are ready to go in a couple weeks?
And I can speak to just even what you mentioned when we got released this plan not too long ago. So the dynamics of the plan and the breakdown, we're talking, it was in the last 2 weeks where things were changing constantly. But I think Fullerton was a little bit proactive in creating possibilities in terms of all types of scenarios. So with that, it starts with the district office. So as we started off this school year, in every one of my presentations to our coordinators, our specialists, to our directors, if you are referring to the chart right now where it shows chronic absenteeism, suspension rates based upon all of our subgroups, where it's low socioeconomic, EL learners, our African-American families, it does a breakdown of all of our district ethnic groups. That chart itself and all the color coding to represent each of our subgroup was shared with our district ed services staff. And my point to that was, as we're moving forward with every program we develop, every decision we make together with the staff, we take it with this lens. We need to know our groups. We need to know the data on our groups. We need to know, as we're moving forward, we are providing the equity piece. Regarding the funding, I mean, that goes deeper into our fundings with our LCAP and how things are match the needs and the resources that we provide. But if I could just speak to, let's say, our speech and debate program. Yes, we did provide a system where there was equity, equality, sorry, I'm not gonna misuse the terms. There was a process where each site was represented. We wanted to encourage every site, even the sites that normally don't have a speech and debate program during the year, to be represented. And in which we allocated a number of sites in a lottery process. And we attended, both sides, Advantage as well as the district attended this lottery process to make sure it was done and it was randomized. But we were also able to work with Advantage, and they graciously, we added the numbers to be able to accommodate students based on
a list that Title I schools provided. And we asked the principals to submit based upon students who had potential from looking at our subgroups, and those who would not sign up for a program, or due to perhaps it be access, or because due to language, because it be due to any factors. But we asked them to specifically look at their data and their socioeconomic as well as EL learners. And we had a list, and I want to say every one of those students was offered participation in addition to. So that type of lens, when we develop a program and we put allocation towards funding, whether we reorganize how, you know, our instruction even is put in, how are we meeting the needs, reaching out to students? We have to know who they are. It starts with that. And so that was just a small example how we made some systematic changes within our own department, and how we're leading our department staff as we make those decisions to always have that in the forefront of our conversations. Because our district directors and our program coordinators and specialists, they lead those conversations with the breakout groups and PLCs, with sites. They're in the field constantly having these conversations. So as we move forward with the sites, we plan to have the same, use the same strategies to be able to carry those conversations. I know that doesn't answer your question per se with the COVID response in the past from March to May, but in terms of moving forward, that's what I can give you for now, and I will be providing more concrete information and a plan based on that learning continuity piece.
Can you identify maybe 2 to 3 strategies right now in terms of what your team already has planned for school? I said it will be starting here in a couple of weeks, that we will be doing differently district-wide for our English learners?
That's an actual, this Wednesday, we have a principal breakout session, a PLC, and that is a major topic in our conversation as we do our breakouts. It's ELD, EL, meeting the needs and supports. It's also learning loss, but it is also looking at our marginalized groups and how we're going to be able to devise plans that best support. So even as immediate as to conversations this upcoming Wednesday, that is in our plans to do.
So as of right now, we can identify a couple of strategies or different additional supports that we're going to be giving our English learners that we'll be doing that differently from earlier, or from the
we can mention strategies. We do want to involve our teachers in that conversation, but we are looking to look at Wednesday's time to be able to pull out groups for our students. So we need to figure out and be all on the same page with when it's going to happen. So how do we support the sites to when it's going to happen? We can't just say to the site, have it happen, right? So we need to create the supports and structures immediately for it to be able to happen. So that's a strategy I want to say that is very important, to be all on the same page. And I'm very happy to say that the language shows consistency so that we can bring about that consistency and practice at all 20 sites.
What kind of supports are we offering our parents of English learners of any language to bridge not just the digital divide, but the language divide for our younger students who are not or might not be as familiar super independently with technology? So what are the types of supports that we're language supports that we're offering our DLAC parents and our parents of English learners?
Right. This was a specific conversation we've had with our department because of the parent piece with distance learning. We need to provide better supports with that. With our parent piece, there's a lot of variance in not just with the access. I mean, there's fluidity with technology, and some parents are more comfortable than others, but there are parents that cannot access at all what is provided to their child. So in that, when there's a heavy emphasis on home support and the child is not receiving home support, there's a response from the district. How are we providing parents with the training needed to enlighten them, not only with the skills or even the structures or even the know-how or even the program knowledge itself to help better support those conversations. And so those are in the making, because with our distance learning committee, one of the strategies we specifically pulled out was that we need to have a parent group as well, with
actually in conjunction with our DLACT to have those conversations with our parents.
Thank you for answering that about our ELs. Now a little bit about our low-income students. We know that our low-income students are more likely to have parents who are essential workers. We also know, not aside from the learning loss already with COVID and the summer slide that we already know happens, we also know that our low-income students or socioeconomically disadvantaged students are scoring 24 points below the standard in English language arts. They're scoring 45 points below the standard in math compared to other student groups. And so I'm wondering, what are the strategies that we're going to be, additional supports that we're going to be implementing to provide our low-income families and students an opportunity to regain some of that loss, not just from COVID, but the gap that already existed before that?
Right, so we are planning to have additional staff. We do have some subs, long-term subs that we're planning to utilize to be able to better support in terms of a response system. So we are allocating more resources to be able to work with students and families outside of those instructional hours. So I know we have our SSAs, but in terms of following up with educational pieces as well, we need to have more resources towards providing that one-to-one support. So there are plans in place to allocate more staffing to be able to respond better to the needs.
You touched on socio-emotional learning a little bit. Is there, what's the amount of minutes that will be provided for socio-emotional learning, and will those be daily minutes or weekly minutes?
We like to utilize the strategies within our instructional practice. So there's some embedded strategies that we utilize, like class meetings and utilizing restorative pieces. So those are some of the practices we can do during the classroom time, but it also has to be explicit. So there, in one of the working models, there is a rotation piece where our counselors provide the second step curriculum resources to groups where they are pushing in services to provide the explicit lessons also needed as well. But we won't stop on the SEL part. The trainings will continue to be able to provide not only, we do have a grant out there, I don't want to just knock on wood, to even purchase more materials, but even if it wasn't for the grant, we would make sure that the sites have the resources they need in terms of the materials to be able to make sure it's accessible, especially in a distance learning format. We need to possibly redesign what that may look like.
What schools will be using Google Classroom as a platform?
So at this time, most school sites utilize Google Classroom, but we are also a Power School Learning LMS also district. It was called Haiku at one time. So a lot of the teachers have already built web pieces or distance learning LMS pieces in Power School. So it's actually both. You can embed actually Google in that LMS as well, so there's teachers that have been using either one of those, or if not both. Both meaning that they were using Power School Learning as their website and then using Google Classroom as more of a functioning LMS. But there are just different combinations of the two LMSs that are out there.
And then you touched a little bit, I think earlier, I'm not sure actually, I think you may have touched a little bit on culturally relevant pedagogy. What are we doing in order to provide teachers with culturally relevant lessons that are already prepared, that are ready to go, that will allow them to further engage and connect and communicate with students, and that will increase the engagement of the subgroups that we were talking about?
Right. For me right now, I'm even looking at, for my own professional learning, is opening up culturally relevant and responsive libraries. I know with the books, we would like to provide that access to the sites, whether it be digital or whether it be in person, culturally relevant stories that students can connect to immediately. That's, I think, a very, I don't want to say it's a simple start, because I know we do have 20 sites, Within ongoing professional development, I know in that area, before COVID even happened, and as we continued with COVID, it was happening in a different form through through virtually, but it's been the cultural relevancy and the cultural proficiency at the site. So we had meetings ongoing with Orange County Department of Ed, and they have systems, modules actually in place that we were looking to see and incorporate. And those modules were embedded from an MTSS standpoint, but we were looking to further our professional development. So we want to continue with those plans and providing teachers a systematic support in that, but also the PD for their own professional growth and learning.
Is this something that's going to be, is this something that's going to be suggested to do or a recommendation?
At this point, moving forward, I mean, we don't have that would be a union piece, also negotiated piece to if we were going to mandate or ask teachers to, it would have to be discussed with the teachers to break down what that would look like if that was a piece that we're mandating it, I guess. But in terms of the district likes to look at our position as supports to the sites. So when we offer things, we like to offer them in suggestions and we like to model things. So that's the standpoint of our ed services, is that as we deal with adult learners and as we interact with adult learners, we also know that it's ownership. So the instructor or the teacher themselves has to see, and it has to be a personal experience and it has to be unveiled to them. And so we're hoping to break that down a little better, even with our listening tour, to get that input to see what are our next steps for that piece.
And for schools that had a much lower rate of participation compared to others, what are the additional supports we're going to be providing to the teachers to help them focus on engaging with students? So what is there going to be additional staff members that are going to be supporting teachers with calls? How are we monitoring that? If that looks different at every school, how is the district monitoring that? And how can we have information if there's a different plan for every school?
Right, and we have plans to meet with individual sites, and we really need to hear from the site. So we need to hear from the site what their needs are. And even with the preliminary, we've met with 2 sites so far. Even with the preliminary sites, there were needs, especially with the resources and personnel, and they were 2 Title I, one was a Title I school site, one wasn't actually, but in terms of resources. So what their needs are has to be, it's discussed with the district, and we looked down and broke down their instructional schedules. And this was prior to like going into distance learning. We began with those meetings. But in terms of staffing, yes, extra staffing was allocated at the site because there was a need. And so that is an individual school site conversation that we need to have. And Dr. Pleca said, yes, we covered the additional staffing for STEM.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. Are there any additional questions for Dr. Lee? Thank you, and thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you. I do have more slides. I'm going to go.
No worries. No worries. Go for it. Yeah, go for it.
I'm going to go into our next slide. Yes, this is going to be on Dual Language Academy. We have 2 slides, and then I'm going to briefly, after Ms. Fonseca talks, I'm going to briefly go over the 3 learning models, and then I'll pass the baton over to Mr. Davis, and he'll do our homeschool piece.
Thank you, Dr. Lee.
You're welcome.
Hello, everyone. This is Rosanna Fonseca. I'm coordinator for educational services. I'm going to share a little bit about our dual language program and of the different components when we return. So within our dual language program, we will be considering the same components as discussed already. So there's going to be grading, there's going to be in-person live, and we're going to be applying some of the same tools with additional layers of developing biliteracy and bilingualism. So based upon the teacher input, so we met with many of the teachers last week, and then just reflection of some of the things that worked and didn't work of the spring distance learning experience. We have developed some plans for implementation and some next steps. So as you can see for implementation, really want to be able to differentiate instruction, have recorded and live lessons, continue to use the curriculum that we have, that kind of really work on the digital components of the hard copy materials, make sure that all students have the hard copy curriculum. We'll be using the curriculum, the Maravillas, the Go Math in Spanish. We just adopted the Discovery Science in Spanish, so we will continue using the core curriculum, as well as supplemental resources such as Nearpod, Scholastic, Flipgrid, the Math Shelf, Raz Kids, Duolingo. So those are some of those components, and as well as the platforms as Zoom, Seesaw, Google Classroom, and some of the teacher websites. So the teachers will begin planning together by grade level between sites. So all kindergarten dual language will be planning together, all first grade, all second. So we'll have a continuity of program, and as well as with across the grade levels within schools, so that incoming teachers will have the opportunity of planning with the established teams and sharing their input and experience. So the teachers will also be provided opportunities for professional development focused specifically on Spanish components of our curriculum. So I've already been in contact with McGraw-Hill of how to use the digital components of the Spanish curriculum so that the students don't struggle with the technology pieces or those kinds of things, or what are the Spanish components that we can definitely give the teachers more training in. And then even just, not just the Spanish, but how to use the Spanish components within a distance learning model. And then one aspect that the teachers indicated, those are big challenge, which I think is also something that has come out through this presentation, is the need for parents to have the training that is related to the technology components, the apps, the curriculum, especially in a program where we have the two languages. So in order to address these, we're going to be hosting both a parent distance learning boot camp before school begins, sharing all the different technology, what you need to know, having videos. So last year, one of the things that we did is we provided videos in Spanish and in English for parents to refer back to on how to get on certain platforms. And so we'll be doing a lot of that. And then for our new parents, we'll have a parent orientation to provide families with resources. You know, we'll have video collections and kind of answer questions, kind of the frequently asked questions, because we want to be able to provide our parents with that solid foundation as they move through the school year. Okay, so and just kind of wanted to touch base with the 5-day model, and then I'll open up for questions. The 5-day model, as well as the hybrid, I know this is something that teachers have, that parents have asked questions about. So teachers will be providing instruction in the target language because we're committed to providing that rigorous dual language immersion experience for all our students. And as we return through the various programs, the students will be provided intensive language instruction as well as interventions as needed in the target language. So to address, you know, if there's any and when we had distance learning in the summer as well, there's underutilization of the language. So we want to make sure we target that and we address that right away. So we will be, so during we'll increase the percentages, especially as we return to school. So we'll increase the percentage of Spanish at the beginning, just as we begin, just to make sure that the students have that extra exposure to the Spanish language. And then if we go into the 5-day model, some of the experiences that we want our students to have in the target language are STEAM, computer science, all the arts. We've been discussing, I know that I spoke today with Kyle Myers, who does all the arts. We're talking about our Spanish-speaking artists. RTI, read alouds, and also social emotional learning. So we have our Second Steps program is available in Spanish. So we want to add that extra piece to it and have our students really dive deep inside. So with that, any questions?
This is Trustee Thakur. Hi, Ms.
Hi.
Fonseca. Great to see you again.
Yes, good seeing you.
So I'm glad you actually addressed the point of if we were to come back, when we're to come back, we would start at a higher percentage of Spanish rather than automatically going down, right?
Right.
And so, but how are we envisioning this distance learning that we're going to be doing for the foreseeable future?
I think one of the big things is, as discussed previously, there are some very specific criteria, like the live lessons. I think that that's a big part of it is having those having the students with the interaction. We did the EL Jumpstart program this summer, and which is based on language. You know, we were doing the English language, and this is the Spanish language, but students were interacting. They were interacting with their teacher. I think that that's a big part of it, is being able to have that access to teacher interaction with each other, as well as, I know that having spoken to some of their dual language parents, having them mention to have those videos also to be able to refer back to practice. You are one of the parents that don't necessarily speak Spanish in the home. So to have the videos to be able to, oh, what did she say? Let's practice that language. We really need to have a lot of the visuals. We need to have a lot of video and a lot of live opportunities for our students.
Just a quick follow-up. I won't belabor the point, but will there be some input from parents in the DLA program, other parents, that their concerns, has there already been a meeting? Will there be one coming up? Is there one scheduled right now?
There isn't one scheduled right now. We are going to be planning for the boot camp, and so we'll definitely get input from parents. Parents have been contacting me, emails, phone calls. I have today, I think, 5 parents, you know, just kind of asking questions, getting answers. And so definitely, I think their input's very valuable. And I think for distance learning, that's going to be a big part of it, you know, especially in our dual language program and in all our programs, is that partnership. We're in this together, and what worked, what didn't work, and therefore the boot camp is the idea to be able to empower our parents to just get that jump start as we return back. Yeah.
Hi, good evening. I'm glad that you've been answering the questions. I know it's hard to start before the teachers are back. Are we going to continue our different Korean language programs in the fall?
I do believe that we will probably be beginning our junior high programs, but let me ask Dr. Lee.
Thank you.
And Trustee Sugarman, are you referring to like the electives that we had?
Yes.
No, I was referring to the after school program and yeah, like that, not the in-school elective.
Yes, so we will continue at Beechwood, Fissler, and Parks with the electives for Korean.
Thank you. Okay, because I'm sure people are going to ask that.
Any questions?
Yes. How are we going to bring in a new cohort of kindergartners into dual language with distance learning?
Well, you know, it's not the ideal situation, but we have such highly committed teachers who are, you know, a lot of music, art, dance, total physical response. I mean, they're not going to physically be there, but they're already planning, and I think that's a big component of it. They're planning. They have videos. So actually, many of our dual language teachers did did the TV. They did those sessions, you know, to teach all students how to count in Spanish, how to exercise. And so actually, I think our dual language teachers, because they're so used to kind of in an immersive setting, having our students kind of really engage them, I think that if anyone can do it, I know that they're up for the challenge, and we're coming up with as many opportunities and strategies as possible. I go to every state and kind of county meeting that's specific to EL, dual language, and just making sure that we meet the needs of our students and are engaging them.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for my colleagues? Are we going to offer RTI for our native Spanish speakers if they need it in English?
For
for example, our incoming fourth graders, right? If they are reading below in English.
Yes. Absolutely. So especially our fourth graders, you know, because by that time we have, you know, biliteracy is the goal. And so we definitely provide interventions depending on their area of need, whether it's in Spanish or in English, depending on what the assessments say that they need support in. And actually, sorry, go ahead. We have, so we have a bilingual instructional assistant in our RTI programs at both schools. And so we provide, depending on the student, we provide the intervention either in Spanish or in English, depending on what the need is.
And since you do a lot of our work with our English learners as well, I love how you said that how we're going to have that parent boot camp for our parents. I can see this being especially useful for our English-speaking parents who don't speak Spanish. Mm-hmm. And so I'm wondering, are we going to offer a parent boot camp for our Spanish-speaking parents who don't speak English and who are not in the dual language program, or other languages that our students know for our ELs? That's similar to the parent boot camp?
I think that's definitely, you know, that'd be something that would need to be discussed, but it could definitely be a possibility. And like one of the things that we, you know, even having, you know, the resources, kind of the videos of this is how you do Google Classroom. This is kind of having those available for all parents, I think is very important, and in the various languages. You know, and I did want to say, you know, one of the things that we did do when before for our English learners, this was a big thing that Dr. Bob's, it was on his heart, is about our newcomers. And so with our newcomer families, when COVID hit, and before COVID, actually before COVID hit, we had been reaching out, we had contacted them, we'd call them, you know, do you know how to contact your teacher? Do you know how to look on the website? So when COVID hit, our SSAs reached out. Do you know how to get online? Do you know how to get your hotspot? Do you know all these things? So we definitely reached out to our families to make sure that they had the skills and whatever it was that they needed in order to be successful.
And then for the TK Kinder class, how's the enrollment going for that at Pack Drive?
We have not received any further, you know, interest. We still have the commercial up. We still have everything, and as they come in, I keep encouraging them to come. So we're kind of, I'm taking them as they come, and we're hoping to be able to, you know, I'm still hopeful, but we'll see. We'll wait until. Yeah, that's a little. Yeah. So yeah, we're definitely looking at the numbers, and actually once the office opens up, we'll see kind of what the numbers look like when people are registering too.
Got it. And are we doing, I know we have like some commercials going, but are we doing any specific outreach, as we had talked in the past, about informing our Spanish-speaking parents specifically about the success of biliteracy and multiliteracy and multilingualism for our students to increase their participation or their interest? Yes,
we have, and actually twice, as well as my staff also, we called every preschool or incoming, every preschool child that's coming into TK or kindergarten, every single parent personally. So hundreds. So we definitely are doing everything we possibly can.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions for Ms. Rosanna from the board? Thank you so much to you and your team.
Trustee Vasquez, I'd move for a 5-minute break, please.
I'll second that.
Perfect. I will go ahead and do a roll call vote. See if I have my list over here. Let's start with Trustee Meyer.
Aye.
Trustee Thakur.
Aye.
Trustee Berryman.
Yes.
Trustee Sugarman. I think that's an aye for you, Trustee Sugarman.
I said yes and thank you, Aruni.
All right. And aye for Vasquez. That's 5-0. We will be back at 8:25 p.m. All right, it looks like we're all here. Let's go ahead and get started. Back at 8:28 p.m. And I believe we had Mr. Davis coming up next.
Yes, okay. So Dr. Lee will finish her presentation. Yes. Is it? It's showing loading. Okay, it's still load. Okay, there we go. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for the break. Okay, just to continue with our presentation. Oh, this one flipped all the way to the end. You know what? Let me go. So we're going to revisit our 4 options. When we return, we have a 5-day on-site learning model. We will also go over our hybrid model and briefly go over our independent study as well as our homeschool. So just to recap, the 5-day learning model involves 5 days of the week. 2 of those days are going to be core instruction with alternating Wednesdays. And with that, students will be on campus 5 days, but 2.5 of those days will have the instructional piece. On the other 2.5 days, they will have extended learning opportunities. Very excited about the rotations on this because we have our Ed Services team developing some of the project-based learning lessons for this, focusing on STEM, focusing on all the arts. All the artists are also creating a lot of exciting things for students. And so those activities will be provided through the teacher as the teacher rotates to the students, and we'll be using a combination of outdoor space as well as extended learning spaces in the NPR as well as media center. But those activities are going to keep students pretty engaged with learning. And so we're actually seeking, we're actually looking forward to this piece where also academic interventions will also be a part of this as well to provide extra supports as needed. Students will also get the time to complete their distance learning activities or their online activities provided by their teacher, which is going to be the same as the hybrid model, but the hybrid students will be doing those activities at home. We have the hybrid model, which involved the same 2 days.
Julian?
Yes.
I don't understand. Will you go back to that 1 minute, please? Yeah. Okay, so I understand if you're in school on Monday, yeah, you'll be doing your work and you'll have these wonderful activities, and I think that's awesome. Mm-hmm. Now, the child who's learning from home on Monday, yes, that child will listen into the academic piece, correct?
Well, they'll be physically there for the core instruction. So the others, meaning the hybrid students, will also be there physically along with the 5-day students.
Well, in this one, the 5-day student,
yes,
those are not on campus. They will be listening on their laptop?
No, the 5-day students will be physically on campus all 5 days of the week, but 2.5, unalternating, the 2.5 days will be spent with core instruction, and they'll be together with the hybrid kids. There will be no difference in instruction. And then the teachers assigns work independent practice through a virtual model. And then the off days they have, the hybrid students do that work at home, but the 5-day model completes the work during one of the rotations.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. And we do want to, okay, and then this is the part with the hybrid where they're there 2.5 and alternating Fridays with the core instructional piece. And then once again, those other activities, as mentioned, are done now virtually at home. Some pictures of activities that we have upcoming and planned. And then the independent study will be based on a master agreement contract, which will allow the student to be able to do all of their instruction virtually. So we're looking at a virtual platform, very similar to our distance learning model. However, this does involve a contract. So it may involve a certificated teacher that is not within your school. So you may have an assignment in a classroom that involves cross district. So that's why we put the piece about the enrollment. You are guaranteed the enrollment back at your original school site the following school year for the independent study piece. Any questions on this one before I move over to the next one?
I just have a quick question, Dr. Lee. This is Trustee Thakur. You mentioned the word enrollment, and I believe we're about to have open enrollment. So the question of whether we lost students between the emergency shutdown and the beginning of this year, we'll start to get some hard data on
right.
what our returning enrollment looks like in the next couple weeks.
Right. We will. Yes, and Jeremy will go ahead and share that with you in our plans to be able to get that survey out to parents.
I have a question.
Yes.
The FSD teacher who is assigned to distance learning, will that be a teacher that's assigned to that particular school site?
It can.
So it just depends on how many teachers we have, where, and what it all ultimately.
Right.
But the student themselves will be assigned to that same school site. So if I go.
Right, we can't guarantee that piece. It will depend. We want to give the sites the ability to be able to look at their numbers of independent studies and to be able to see all the staff that will be working from home through a distance learning type of virtual model. So hopefully that'll be the match. But in that, the independent study involves a master agreement contract in which has components of things that need to be fulfilled in order for them to have a comprehensive instruction. So it could involve, it's going to involve training from the district, but we're going to have a group of teachers also that could possibly have students that are from different sites.
And when are the trainings going to start?
The trainings are actually starting very soon because we're looking at similar trainings between the independent study as well as the homeschool, and those are already planned and on its way.
Trustee Sugarman?
If a student signs up for virtual instruction, option 3, and December comes and the parent says, I want them back in school, do they have that option?
Parents always have that option. However, the district does recommend, and I think we put it on the second slide, yes, we do recommend that they stay within a trimester or a semester because of the continuity of the learning that happens within that, the pacing and the time frame and the scope and sequence of learning. Also the grading, we want to be able to solidify a trimester and a semester worth of grade. But yes, the parents always have that choice.
But I understand that they don't get, they may not get back to their home school. That's not guaranteed.
It's not guaranteed that they will be, because if it's in a capacity where the teacher at that site was assigned, let's just say hypothetically 34 independent study students, the teacher physically isn't going to return, and the other 2 classes, if granted there's 3 classes in the grade level, may be filled to capacity. So once that space does open up, of course, that child has priority back at the site, but they are guaranteed if it's a student. Of course, we're going to follow all procedures with inter-district transfers, but the student will have priority back to the site, and they're guaranteed if it's a homeschool, if it's their homeschool site, back to their school site.
Can you mention one more time how many total hours of live instruction or minutes per day or weekly will be mandated for virtual instruction?
It depends on the grade level, but it's approximately 240 minutes per day.
Of live instruction? So
no, it doesn't state live instruction, and this is the part where we need to have the conversation with our teacher group, our FETA. It is that we're determining what the 4 hours of instructional minutes looks like.
And will we be helping teachers with any equipment, whether they're doing the hybrid model or the independent study model, to help facilitate their recording of lessons, or even the class meetings via Zoom?
Yes, there will be support along the way, especially because when we get into the homeschool, you're going to see it's very, it's aligned with an LMS specifically that we are piloting for the program. So you're going to see components in the learning a lot more, I guess, built within that LMS system, and one of them being a comprehensive digital curricular piece.
Will there be any combo classes for independent study, the independent study
Yes,
option?
there is a possibility of combo classes in an independent study model.
Trustee Berryman?
So just going back, so virtual instruction, this is all remote. So right, this is all distance learning. So this is our option 3 where it's all distance learning.
Yes.
Does the student, are they assigned a school, a home school?
Yes.
Right? So they will always belong to that home school.
No, not the primary default is going to be their home school. But
Right.
in that, if they want to return, now this happens as if they want to return back.
I get that.
Yeah.
I get that piece.
Yeah. So.
But go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead. You can finish your question.
I was confused because I know that we can have a teacher that's not specifically assigned to that school, teaching that student. And it sounds like if you had a teacher that was teaching 4th grade, they may have students from different schools in their 4th grade class. Is that correct?
Yes.
But the students would be still assigned to their school, just they would have maybe possibly a random teacher.
They would have I guess the descriptor we put was they will have a FSD certificated teacher assigned.
It's just not a guarantee it will be a certificated teacher from their home school.
Okay, thank you.
And in terms of the combo classes for the hybrid models and the 5-day model, how will that work? Especially, and I'm specifically thinking about how the combo classes have been distributed in our district. This last year, I believe it was 17 out of the 21 combination classes were at our Title I schools. How are we, are we gonna look at that as something
we will examine that, but we don't have plans to make the hybrid or the full day combo classes. That's not in our plans to move forward, but with the independent study, we do need the flexibility depending on each site's numbers as the parents report which program they would like to enroll their child in.
So there might be some teachers that would be teaching, that would have to do a Google Classroom for 3rd grade content and then a Google Classroom for 4th grade content, or they're going to do one Google Classroom for both grade levels?
They could either do both, but we would be very strategic in how that works in the numbers as well. In the past, it's been, we have the class sizes less for combo classes, obviously, because you want to be able to work with smaller group sizes. So we can also look to see what are some of the strategies we have when we do combos to make sure that the teacher isn't overloaded with planning for 2 full grade levels. There's also cross-curricular planning as well with vertical type of planning. Looking at the skills and strengths of the class. So there's things that we can do to help the situation, but with the independent study, that's a possibility, but that's never an intent going forward. We'll try our best not to create those split classes.
So there's going to be no combo classes for on-site learning?
No, there's always combo class potential at a site, just depending on numbers, but that's not, that moving forward, we don't say that it's going to be a combo class or there's a situation it's going to be a combo class. I think the sites always have the mindset that we're trying not to create the combo classes, but there's situations too, like multi-age. It's actually the culture of the school site, and that's the beauty of that program as well. So.
But I'm referring specifically to the 17 out of the 21 classes, and the 21 really in general classes that were combo classes in our district. So if you go back to, can you go back to option 2 real quick? Or option 1?
Option 1.
Yeah, so in option 1, for example, are we gonna have teachers, so we're gonna have a scenario is what you're saying, well, this could be a scenario where we might have a combo class of a fifth and 6th grade combo class, and we would have half of the kids come in on alternating days. Like how can you kind of go over what that would look like, that scenario would look like, let's say for a 5th and 6th grade combo
right
class?
Well, we're not looking to plan combo classes, but we're also always at the mercy of how many kids are there. So if we have 15 kids at grade level, let's say, come in, and then we have another 15 of another grade level, the choice is then to either create the combo situation or we have to collapse the class itself. So, we create the combo situation because the numbers of the students, we're not going to turn our students away. And then we're going to have also staffing is involved as well. So it's moving forward. Our intent isn't to create combo classes for these situations at all. We'll do our best to work with the site so that that's not something moving forward that to say, let's create those. But we are at the mercy of each site's numbers, the student numbers.
So as of right now, like because we already have some like staffing grids, right?
Right.
Okay, so based on what we think and the surveys that we have, approximately how many combo, you're saying we don't plan to have any? So as of right now, we have 0 teachers assigned to combo classes?
We don't have the numbers yet of parents who have indicated what programs, because this hasn't gone, it's not viable at this time to offer to parents. So even the survey is going to, go out even probably not in the next 2 weeks, correct? So we're looking as we move forward to even survey, trying to find the appropriate time to survey parents so they're able to answer, understanding these models are possibly a viable, a choice in the future. But we would need the numbers to determine the staffing. At this time, we don't have the numbers to determine that.
And I'm just really concerned about again, the combination classes, the fact that we have disproportionate number of combination classes at our Title I schools, and how difficult it's going to be for teachers to teach a combination grade in a time of crisis. So I'm wondering if maybe we can follow up on in the next meeting, if you can give us, type of model of like what it would look like in a combination class in the three options, so that we have an idea, since we've had historically combination classes every year for I don't know how many years. That way we can have a better idea what that would look like, and perhaps we can then discuss and consider whether we want to even have combination classes in time of crisis.
And that's fine. We can always come up with hypothetical models, but I'm not sure regarding like the numbers. It's at the sites right now, there's no indication that we have the numbers to say we are going to have combo classes.
So all the teachers that taught combo classes last year will not be teaching combo classes this year.
Well, as the sites open up, the sites will be calling individual families to see if they're planning to return or not. So once we get that data, perhaps we'll have a better idea, and maybe we could do a report to say we have this many responses of those that plan to return, and then we can get a better idea of the situation itself.
And for the distance learning models, since we're all going to be 100%, as of right now, there's no teachers that are going to be assigned to a combo class.
Well, at this point, we don't know at this time, because we don't have the numbers of the students that are returning, and that's all going to dictate the staffing piece.
And when are we going to have that ready to go?
Office staff is returning by the end of this. I believe it was the 24th. Dr. Hammond, can you confirm that was the 24th, right? We'll have our offices open, and our staff will begin to call families individually. So we'll have that data shortly after, and then we can be able to look at the numbers per site of how many families are returning.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. And my biggest worry is just, as a lot of all teachers and many teachers, we really actually take the time during the summer to plan and get new ideas, especially right now.
Oh, absolutely.
So I just want to make sure that our teachers know what grade level they're going to teach, because I know that they're looking for those resources right now.
Yes, I agree. The sooner we can get the numbers figured out too, we can move forward with foreseeing a little better into the future. Just moving forward with now just going into independent study. I'm going to pause over. Oh, did you have a question?
I think Trustee Berryman had a question. Sorry.
Oh, no.
Trustee Berryman, I apologize.
My question is more about curriculum. In the past, it's been really hard for our teachers to get through a full year of curriculum during their full year. And as we go forward with distance learning, do you, in your crystal ball, see us having to cut something that we're teaching? I mean, where is the give going to be when we're doing this, when we're reducing the amount of minutes or not as much instructional time as we would have had in the past? Are we going to lose curriculum or what have you, so that if in fact we do have testing at the end of the year, our kids are going to fall even further behind with test scores? I mean, do you just see that happening, or do you not have any idea yet?
Well, in terms of when creating these models, what we took into account was the ELA, ELD, and math focus. So what we did was we made sure that in each day we doubled up on those minutes. So in terms of pacing, even though we see only half the group for 2 times a week, they're actually doubling up to make sure that they get the full instructional time that they would have gotten if they were there 5 days a week. So in terms of the learning loss with ELA and math, where our district was working very hard in looking at even what does a 2.5-hour block of math possibly look like, so what kind of engagement strategies are we going to have, breaking up learning to have students being active with the learning for that long period of time. But in that too, we are also looking at the creative ways to offer the programs, like middle college. It's easier to say, like, at this COVID time, we're going to cancel a program and maybe just not offer it. but it's not. We find a different way and a different mode and a different time of learning, just as we did with speech and debate. So it may not be typically after school now or during this weaved into during the school day, but now we're a little more flexible with offering it in a different mode. So possibly on a Saturday morning, they can do an art project. Maybe it could be because they know they can always access it, download maybe a video, replay it. It's just the mentorship piece and the follow-up that we need to utilize those types of strategies to interact with kids as they're doing these projects, so it doesn't seem like it's a lone venture.
And how does this affect our implementation of next generation science standards?
Oh, we're going full force.
And will that be
no
part of the initial on a 5-day schedule or part of the next, where will that be delivered?
It's involved in both. So actually we looked at an alternating schedule. It's going to be offered for the hybrid and of course for the virtual online, but for the hybrid as well as the 5-day, as well as offered in the extended learning. So the beauty of these programs, both of them have a very robust digital component. So in that, there's a lot of resources we can utilize for both curriculums, discovery and amplify both of them. To be able to pull from resources digitally, which is awesome.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Will social studies be part of the instructional minutes?
Yes, in terms of the core instructional days alternated, yes, it is a part of the days.
Do you have like a breakdown of the instructional minutes for each option that you could share with us?
Well, the instructional minutes actually from the state wasn't based upon these options. What was released was actually based upon distance learning. So I can forward to you, and that's going to be moving forward with pretty much anything though, in terms of instructional minutes. So I can forward a breakdown of the instructional minutes per grade level span and grouping so that you have a better idea of it. Mm-hmm.
I actually have it. It's 180 minutes for kinder, 230 minutes for first through third, and 240 minutes for 4th through 12.
Thank you. And I meant specifically in terms of how many minutes for socio-emotional learning, how many minutes for math, how many minutes for
English? No, yeah, that's site discretion. The sites pretty much build their schedules based around certain parameters, but usually that's at the site's discretion.
Can you please send us a breakdown of every site? That way we know what every site's going to be doing, if every site's going to be planning to do social studies or science, or if how many minutes for socio-emotional learning. If every site's going to have a different plan, I would like to know what each site is going to do and how they're going to break up the instructional minutes that they're going to be providing to the students.
How long would that take to do?
Well, they should, Dr. Lee, I'm sure already knows.
No, well, they have preliminary bell schedules that were submitted, but they're just not solidified. And in that, it does require the sites to be able to break that down before it goes actually from preliminary to an actual real reality. It really involves the site to be able to further develop that. We have preliminary bell schedules, but they're not solidified.
If I remember correctly, the only subject that you have required minutes is PE. Right.
There's no requirements for other subjects other than PE, which was waived this year.
So some teachers will have an option to not teach English language arts or not teach math?
No, we've given parameters, and in the group that we met with when we were discussing the grading as well as participation as well as these learning model committees, one of the parameters provided was that we would double group the ELA and math time. So we looked at those hours, and each site built their preliminary schedules based on that parameter. Any other questions?
Thank you for your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Trustee Meyer. And then just Dr. Lee, just for that, thank you for all the information. And I just want to say that it does kind of concern me that every site's going to be doing something different. Like I would like to know in terms of, if teachers are they going to have to do socio-emotional lessons, and how many minutes, like what would that breakdown be? Are we not giving them a breakdown of those minutes? That would be very important information for me to know. So maybe maybe at the next meeting, if we need to agendize something so that if it requires more time, but I know that you guys are continuing to work. I think that my concern is that because every site's doing something different, I'm wondering then, how does the district guide the teachers if every site is doing something different in terms of the breakdown of what's going to be instructed and what that time is, since our instructional minutes are going to be less than our regular days. And I'm speaking here just in terms of distance learning. But just want to make sure that I share that concern, that every site's doing something different, and it doesn't, as of right now, it doesn't give me a clear picture in terms of how or what type of instruction based on subject would be delivered, and how much leeway teachers have for that. Or sometimes teachers actually want to be able to know, well, how much English language arts minutes or an assignment I should be assigning, how much minutes for a math assignment should I be assigning, how much or how long should an assignment be for socio-emotional learning, how long should an assignment be for social studies, science? Am I required, if I'm a teacher, I'm asking myself, am I required to teach science, social studies, English language arts, and all the other subjects within distance learning? And I would be wondering that right now, because instruction is going to start here in the next couple weeks. And so that would be very important information that I would like to know. And I believe that our teachers would want to have some parameters, but it does concern me that every school has a plan. And then I'm also wondering, are we going to have like a printed, like, are we going to have an actual, are we going to be able to see what that plan is? Is it going to be written somewhere? Or are you going to verbally communicate to us what that plan would look like? But as of right now, I am very concerned that every site would have a different plan, and that right now we're not sure if how many minutes of math or English language arts or the other subjects teachers are going to have to or not have to instruct students with.
So there is clarity and with the math and ELA. So each site were given parameters as they develop preliminary plans. So there is consistency with that. Each site submitted preliminary plans that have the parameters in place with science and social studies embedded as well. And we're looking at integrated approaches. Regarding other areas, in terms of giving like exact number of minutes and how lessons are done, those are determined by the site and based on needs. And so sometimes there's a heavier emphasis on certain areas or whatnot, and we do give the site autonomy to be able to do that. They do have a bell schedule that does disclose certain subject matter and whatnot in each area. But when we went into our distance learning mode, every site posted their distance learning plan on the web, as well as a breakdown of every grade level and every subject matter. That was actually disclosed during the distance learning to provide the transparency to the parent community. Moving forward, yes, we do take bell schedules that kind of tell you what those plans are, but there is consistency with the sites in terms of ELA, math, ELD, and the parameters that we're giving sites as they're building schedules. So if there's more information you would like in the future, I mean, I can, find out for you per site what they're doing, but I don't think that every site is going to look the same.
That's kind of all I was looking for, is if it was already posted, that would be great. That way we don't have to recreate the wheel. If it's already going to be posted on there, then send me the link, and then that's all I would like to see.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Can I make a suggestion? Because every teacher in their PLC, they do their plan for the year. They're dictated by how many minutes should be in the classroom. Maybe down the road after this distance learning happens, that's something we can look at, that the teachers do. But you know what, we always for ELA, how many minutes for math. It wasn't coming from the state or anything, but as a school, we determined that. And so I would suggest, Jeanette, that you ask for that, let the teachers kind of get into the whole routine and get their plans together before we ask them to do it. They got to have a chance to find out how the whole timepiece goes. But I think that will happen, and you will get that documentation. But I think it's way too early to do that at this point.
Thank you, Trustee Meyer. Yeah, and I'm just wondering about the teachers that kind of want a little bit more clear guidance on how they should be developing their assignments, what that breakdown should look like. And I would like just some more information in terms of what that looks like by school.
Yeah, I think they'll
But
get,
yeah, I agree with you, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna move the slide over to homeschool, and Jeremy Davis will come on board.
Hello, trustees. For those in the community still listening at home, this is Jeremy Davis, Assistant Superintendent of Innovation and Instructional Support. I'm here to talk a little bit about technology and also about our homeschool options. So the most important thing to know about the homeschool option is that it's really completely separate from the COVID pandemic. And that's one of the things that we're really going to have to communicate very well to our parents. Is that this is an option that was already, that there were thoughts floating around before the pandemic happened, that this is something we could offer to our community, potentially if the board approved of it, to have our own homeschool program that would happen whether or not there was distance learning, whether or not there was a pandemic. So that's not really where it sprouted from. So the most important thing is that it will continue beyond, that it is a truly different way of learning here in Fullerton School District. That will continue beyond when we all come back and we all come back into the regular education model. This model will still be there. And our hope is that those who sign up for it are signing up for it because they're looking for that sort of different model of learning. So it will be a homeschool option. It'll be offered at both Rolling Hills and at Orangethorpe. It can be 100% virtual, and therefore it can start August 11th. And that is our goal, is to start the homeschool program August 11th with our other programs, because in the beginning, until we're allowed to come back, we will be doing the 100% virtual program. So there's really four large parts to this. The first one being the technology piece. We went out and had our teachers come in and had a wonderful committee look at a few different learning management systems. We settled in on a system called Canvas that's going to be used just for this program for the MyFSD Academy. And it's also going to be piloted with a few of our junior high school teachers this coming year. And it's going to be, we have purchased a curriculum called Florida Virtual. So Florida Virtual has been doing this homeschool concept for, I believe, 12 years. So we sat down and looked at a number of curriculums that were out there that were offered that could both embed into a learning management system, but that could also match up to our California state standards. There would be K all the way through 6, matching up to our standards, that students could be very self-paced as they went through the curriculum. So we have purchased that, and that was a last board meeting. We have the actual, the content, so you're in the orange section at the bottom there. It will all be California state standards. So even though you say, well, why did we buy it from Florida? Florida is just sort of a group that has done this very well across the country. But with the national science standards and the Common Core state standards, most of our standards are now nationwide. Plus they then also bring in the history, social studies, like 4th grade gold rush, things like that that are specific to California are a part of this. You look at the parent and student voice, and what we're looking for here is parents to be very involved in their students' education. The whole concept of a homeschool is that the parents are really doing all of it. And what we're looking to do is to find those members of our community that are looking for a homeschool concept, but really would like help both with the support, with the technology, would like help with the actual curriculum itself, and know that it's been vetted by educational professionals who have said, yes, this is a great curriculum. But then also the symposium piece that we're going to be doing. And that is, we're going to be offering students the ability to come on campus. Once state guidelines say we can, students will be able to come on campus for a symposium. So it might be going into the STEM lab for robotics, and it will not be required. But it'll be, hey, if you want to come in for robotics, here's what we're doing today. K3, we're doing robotics today, or we're going into the art room and doing art, or we're doing videography, or we're doing, you know what, that was a really tough math lesson. 5th and 6th, you guys are tackling fractions right now. If you want to come in, we're doing a fractions symposium. So it's that homeschool experience with a district professional support level behind it that give you correct curriculum, and then also these great master agreements and goal setting, where parents, students, and teachers sit together and set goals for where they're going to progress as a student. Because when you go over to the green part of this graph, you see the pedagogy, and we're looking at that competency-based education. You know, can a student go farther in one area and then need a little more help over in this area? Absolutely, and that can all be tracked through the learning management system and through how far they get. But then also those meetings with the principals, or I'm sorry, with the teacher and the parent, and then all of our multiple assessments. We're looking at portfolios, tests, quizzes, and performance tasks, all sort of built in to this curriculum. So we've already done training for teachers at both Orange Thorpe and Rolling Hills. And what's going to happen is, as we send out the surveys, we'll discuss in a few moments, if we find we're at more than 30 at each school, then we'll be looking at bringing more teachers on into the homeschool. We just don't know right now what the interest will be in the homeschool, because our hope, again, is to really work with these parents to understand this is really a different way of learning. This isn't just one flavor of distance learning. This is very different. This is a homeschool curriculum, and it's really meant to be that decision across the year. But again, if someone went in and didn't like it, they could obviously come back out into a school where we had space for them. We are so close to having another commercial ready. So you've already seen that commercial, but we have another one that's much longer that we've been in development on that is so close to being ready. It's being, we're finalizing it and then translating it, and then it should be posted the next day or two. We'll send it to you as soon as we have it. So timeline on our options. What we're looking at is we're working with the Orange County Department of Education. They have a great program where we can send them all of our information, including parent phone numbers, and send out a survey. So we in Cabinet are working on that survey. First of all, you know, when we're allowed to reopen, which of the 4 would you choose? And then when we get to stage 3 as a state, and we have less options because we're coming back more, then which would you choose then? Because we'll still have that distance learning open in stage 3. So we're actually going to be asking a few other questions as well that we want. There are other pieces of data we're interested in to sort of figure out what's driving some of these decisions. So the great thing about this is it will be one answer per student allowed, and that data will be fed right back into our student information system, into PowerSchool. So we'll have fields where we can tell exactly who's chosen what, so we can start looking at what do these options look like. If they're coming on the hybrid, our siblings together, how many Monday, Thursday, how many Tuesday, Friday, those kind of questions will be answered through the data. So our hope is we should have that out by next week, where we're trying to play that delicate game of things change so constantly that we can't really use data we got in June. But if we would have put this out last Tuesday and then we were shut down on Friday, the data probably would have been useless as well. So we're trying to walk that fine balance. Also, we're trying to get Chad. Dr. Hammett needs information because he's doing a lot of our hiring of teachers. So we can't wait too long. So we're really trying to find that sort of magical moment when the right moment will be to send that out. So we're looking at next week. And we're also looking at getting our commercial out for the My FSD Academy, and to have a few webinars people can tune into as well to ask more questions, plus have that application out there. So we're looking at that timeline being hopefully middle of next week when that comes out. And then lastly, the technology access piece. So I took some notes as some of you guys were asking Dr. Lee a lot of tech questions, and she handled them beautifully. Which was fun to watch, So I was sitting across the room like, oh, she's squirming a little. Let's see how she does. But she did great as always because she's amazing. So Zoom versus Google, a question was asked. One of the reasons we bought Zoom was because a lot of the features we had gotten under the free education account were going away. And we liked those features. Google Meet is catching up. They've announced some great features that Zoom had a while ago. I'll tell you, neither product was meant for kids. You know, when this thing first happened, they were both scrambling and Zoom scrambled fastest. We had very few issues in our district of like the whole Zoom bombing concept you heard of. We were able to make changes quickly and rapidly. As soon as we heard of something happening, we were able to send out emails to parents or put things on the website saying, hey, you can't do this. Don't be changing your username. Please don't take random pictures off the internet and pretend you're Tom Cruise or pretend you're a middle-aged man when you're really not, you know, kind of thing. So we were able to adjust some of that, but also really train our teachers on here's how to stay safe utilizing Zoom. So since some of those are going away, was the reason to purchase. If all of our best features were going to stay free, we would have just kept it for free. But Zoom has set a date on when that was ending, which is why we went ahead with a purchase. So we will be encouraging our teachers to use Zoom. There's lots of amazing features. We bought a ton of cloud storage, meaning that the teachers who were recording it onto their desktops will now be able to record it straight into the cloud and be able to link it into the LMS for students to watch if students weren't able to attend during certain sessions. So there's a lot of benefits to that, which is why we went with a Zoom. As far as the iPads themselves and the speed, last year, you know, we couldn't buy iPads fast enough to not send home slow iPads. So some of you might have heard of, gosh, the iPad just isn't cutting it. Well, there were iPad 2s. You know, that were in the hands of kinders in first grade, which normally wouldn't have been doing a Zoom because that's not what they do in the classroom. They do very basic work that an iPad 2 could still handle. They go home and try and do Seesaw or a Zoom and it didn't work so well. So the nice thing is we're in the middle of a really big refresh year. So we had 3,000 iPads that showed up last Thursday. So we're working on those now, but the nice thing is all the iPad Airs that we were going to sell instead, we're going to be able to use a lot of those for our equity piece. So we're going to be working with the principals whose sites have not purchased iPads all the way down to TK, and we're going to be surveying parents to see who needs a device. So we'll be keeping those on hand until we're sure that students are able to go ahead and function with whatever devices they either have at home or one we can supply to them if they don't have something at home. And those will be the iPad Airs that we're pulling back from the students as we hand out the new iPad 7th generation to our students that just came in last week. So that'll be handled that way. We'll be doing the same with hotspots. We'll be continuing to survey. We do have hotspots left. We did not end up handing out all of them because so many people got on Spectrum. We still have, under parents and under distance learning and under students, we still have our free and low price internet options. AT&T has a great option for $10 a month for 25 megabit download speeds, which will handle everything we throw at our students. If parents can no longer do the free Spectrum. And we still have that company called Human IT that actually will handle all those phone calls for us. So all those flyers are on our distance learning in Spanish, Korean, and English, and on our homepage by clicking on parents and free and low cost internet. We will continue to ask people to call that company because they will take all their information and get them the best option possible. We also have the free hotspots. Our hotspots are filtered, however. So what we found was some families wanted to watch Netflix and we blocked it. So then they went and got their own internet because they said, hey, we want fast internet for home, which is great. Here's a better way. Here's this company called Human IT that can help you out getting high-speed internet for your home. So we have both options. We'll still offer the free hotspots. And we even had some families that needed two. I'll tell you, my wife is a 7th grade English teacher where we live down in Saddleback Valley. And she was telling me a story of a child she couldn't get a hold of. And finally, she was able to get a hold of this student. And what she found out was they were living in their car and the 3 children trying to all do homework in the car were taxing the hotspot. So she let the younger kids do their homework and she stopped doing homework. Then she just wouldn't call or email my wife because she didn't want to have to explain it. But as soon as she called her, she was able to call her principal, and the next day they got a second hotspot when they came to pick up lunch. So we did that with a number of families as well. We find out there's 4 children all on one hotspot, and we're happy to give another if we need to. And even, teach them, look, sometimes you need to put the hotspot by the window, because gosh, we're over in this bedroom and it's not working. Well, then they walk over by the window and suddenly they have internet. So a lot of our phone calls came that way as well. We're happy to support families in every way we can. both with logging on, but also just how do you use these things. So our hope is we're going to see a lot fewer tech support calls because all of our families almost all have now experienced how to use an iPad at home. So some of the basics of how to log in with the iPad to their home internet shouldn't be a problem anymore. It's the same button. They'll be able to click it and log right in, and the kids are very used to it now too. So my hope is we don't get the rush of 4,000 calls like we saw across, a couple of weeks at one point over, from March 13th on. So we're feeling good about that.
Jeremy, may I ask a quick question? Yes, this is Trustee Takur. So with regard to distance learning in the beginning, and my older son also had the benefit of being in the 2-week speech program this summer. And I could hear him laughing, engaging with not only the coach, but with other students. Just, this really important part of interaction that students are going to miss with distance learning. But I understand that teachers can't always be on a screen. They might have to prepare the next day's lesson or what have you, other administrative work that needs to be done. So in the spirit of like a Khan Academy, where students across a grade level could watch pre-recorded videos made by teachers they might recognize, that they watch on their device for 45 minutes, and then they're getting some essential learning. What is sort of the plan for teachers working together to record lessons that students can then access? I, for one, we were not as in tune with FSD 360 or some of the programming that was appearing on Spectrum Channel 3. But if my students, my children had links, preset links, and then the teacher would know which modules they've watched, which questions they've answered, kind of like a Khan Academy. Is there something like that where parents get a notification, an email, oh, okay, they did this thing, and then we can check their homework by the end of the week? I mean, parents are really going to be doing a lot more work in distance learning with regard to their children's education. I think there's a program called Screencastly, something like that. Can you just talk a little bit about that?
Sure. One of the great things we like about Zoom is that we've bought a ton of cloud storage and you can set it to record automatically. So one of the things that we always encourage our teachers to do, which we'll be negotiating and discussing with them moving forward, is look, if you are doing anything that was vital to the learning in the class, it should be recorded and then posted to your website or to your learning management system. So let's say you have an 8 to 9 o'clock ELA session and you notice only 15 of the 30 kids are there. It should be recorded. So what they do is they'll do their direct instruction to the group of students that are there and their interaction. The whole thing's recording. When they're done with it, it'll be compressed. It takes a little while, maybe half an hour for an hour video to be ready. Then they will take that and post it into their Google Classroom or into their Haiku page to say, here is the English language arts lesson from the day for those of you who missed it. Now, what we don't have is a way to actually track for parents, your student has done this or your student has done that when it comes specifically to like watching a video. That's not something where we can actually track that. What you can do is through the grade book, or through, so if a teacher is keeping track of it through Power School Learning or through a grade book, then, teachers can say, okay, this is an assignment that's been done or whatnot. But also part of what's happening also with the governor's mandate is if a student hasn't been to school 3 days of the 5, then they will be reached out to say, what's going on? How can we help you? How can we develop a plan for that learning loss that was there? So even though we were making a lot of those phone calls before, it will be even greater now. There will be much bigger. Why aren't you here? Why aren't you here? What's going on? So the parents will be communicated with if students are not keeping up, especially if they're not showing up.
Is the district going to go all out for your premium versions of programs that were successful last year? For example, I think Alex wasn't immediately rolled out. other types of recording programs, the teachers, like, are the teachers going to have a say in what programs the district purchases if they found something to be really useful or really helpful?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. They typically do anyway. What happens is, you know, sites are always, sites are autonomous in picking some things that work very well for them. So you'll find grade levels that say, hey, we really want this thing. So then what they'll usually do is they'll call us and say, can we, you know, they'll buy the apps and then they'll put it through the mobile device manager. We have Lightspeed is how it works. Teachers can go in and they can purchase a set of apps and then push it out to all of their students. So if someone finds something that works very well for them and it's app-based through the iPad, they can already buy that for their group. One of the great things that you guys actually approved last time that was written into that grant was something called Bright Bites. And what Bright Bites is going to do for us this year that I'm incredibly excited about is it's going to track usage on iPads of apps and of websites. So what I'm excited to do, you know, after a year's worth of data at the end of next year is to be able to pull apart data and say, look, here's what, you know, I'll work with Sung, because Sung is the master of data. And I'll say, hey, let's find our kids that increased dramatically on iReady Math. And then let's look at what apps they were using. Do we find that kids that used ST Math for a minimum of this much time per week saw a 12% increase? Oh my gosh, look everybody. But if they use this app for less than 40 minutes a week, it did nothing. Hey, maybe we shouldn't buy that app anymore. So I'm excited for the idea that we're gonna be able to pull information out of that mobile device management to see who's doing what, because otherwise it's very difficult for us as a district to do more than anecdotal data around how do we know a student achieved because they used an app, or because just because a student has an app doesn't even mean they used it. And Apple is not amazing at letting us into that data to see who's using what. That's why we're gonna have to actually do it through the mobile device management to say, okay, great, these kids are using this and this app. This app has been good. Let's reach back to the teacher and say, what are you doing with that app? Because we might even find some classes using it a lot and not seeing the same production. So to answer the question, yes, if a teacher is excited about an app, they can buy it now, and hopefully the site will look at that. But we typically don't grab one app and say, hey, we now bought it for everybody, unless there's interest in that, because we don't see a lot of uptake and we'll see waste of money instead. But if we see something that we think is going great, we'll hold that up and tell our people, hey, this is what was going really well over at this school, Title I school. They were utilizing this program. Here's how they used it. It went really well. And people will you know, check in with them. It used to be subs. You get a sub and go over and watch them do that thing. Now it'd be more virtual, just checking in. Hey, look what we're seeing over here. We're seeing massive success. Here's what they're using. Here's who you can talk to at that school and see if you want to buy it as well.
Jeremy, I love that. My question is, we got a grant with one of the foundations. Was it the Gates Foundation?
Dell, Michael and Susan Dell. It's
Dell, the Dell Foundation. And doesn't that do part of that, grabbing the data?
Yes, so that's what, so last board meeting, you guys approved the purchase of Bright Bites and the purchase of a program called Videri through a company called Certica. Both of those are the data dashboards and the data we're going to be utilizing. So those are all part of that grant. So we are moving forward with that purchase, and then my hope is it won't be Tuesday, but the next board meeting will have the official letter. Once we have it, I'll send it to you through a communique, but we'll have the actual letter for approval of the actual grant funding itself. But we're also going to even tie Thrively into that. Our goal is to pull Thrively data in to say, hey, if kids are engaged in Thrively, what does that do to their assessments? And what does that do to their chronic absenteeism and things like that? So we're very excited for all the pieces that are going to get pulled into that data for us.
So once we find out what students are improving more dramatically than others using a specific app, we will be teaching principals or teachers at some of the schools that don't use that app that this is a good thing and maybe they should be looking at it. How are we going to do that?
Yeah, what we would do is if we could pull apart and say, okay, we saw in 3rd and 4th grade kids that use XYZ app a minimum of 40 minutes a week saw a 12% increase in spatial recognition or in numbers and measurement. Then we can tell the principals, hey, look at this data piece we saw. are your kids struggling in these two areas on your CASP scores in 3rd and 4th grade? If so, you should look at this app minimum 40 minutes and you should talk to these teachers about how they're utilizing it in the classroom. So that's what we're going to be able to pull, is to say we're seeing areas of growth while somebody's doing something specific. But honestly, my other piece that I'm excited for is we'll know who's in hybrid, who's in on-site, and who's in an independent study, and we'll be able to look at some data pieces based on that as well, to see how we're doing, in those 4 areas.
And this will also help to Jeanette's point about reaching children who are not advancing as we would like them to academically.
Yes.
Perhaps putting them in contact with different modes of other children who are doing better may really jumpstart or give them a boost. And that
Yes.
would be right.
Yes. Our RTI teachers being able to immediately pull our data from assessments in, so they're able to shift their classes a little faster as students are reaching grade level potential to bring someone else in and already be ready to know who the next one is a little faster. Yeah, so we're working with Ed Services and Helene and Julian and their group on what it would look like for RTI with Sue Albano, and how the data dashboards could assist them as well for both math and ELA art intervention.
I'd like to see Fortnite make intervention.
Nice. All right. Anybody else? Questions, concerns? All right.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. We really appreciate you and your team.
So just to put some closure, we are at this point going to be starting the school year with a full distance learning on August 11th. One of the things we would ask you to consider maybe for tonight, but if you're not ready for, or whatever your plans, but one of the suggestions would be for you to go ahead and approve the 4 options as something that when we do return, that these 4 options would be viable. This would allow us not this Monday, this next Monday, but the following Monday to actually start sending out to all our parents the option to make some choices. And then to better communicate the models. It's been a little bit of it's been challenging because they're not officially approved yet. And so even though we've been communicating them, I think we can and more effectively reach out to our parents and let them know these 4 options are available. So if that's something for you to consider this evening, and at this point, that's all that we're asking you to consider. And of course, as a parent or as a board, whatever else you'd like to consider for this evening.
I'd like to make a motion to accept them, because I think we can't communicate quicker with our parents so that they can ask all of their questions of the district, and so that they can better understand what we're doing and where we're going and what the law is. And so I'd like it to be sooner than later.
I would second that.
I will second that.
Motion made by Trustee Sugarman, seconded by Trustee Berryman. We'll open it up to discussion.
I just have a point, Dr. Pletka, this is Trustee Takor. Not knowing what our parents want, not knowing what our teachers expect, I almost feel like well, we're setting out 4 options when we haven't really heard from, or at least I don't feel like I've heard from our pals or parents. We don't know how many students are coming back. The governor kind of threw a wrench in things by noting that Orange County wasn't ready with our rising COVID numbers. If you had to consider another option, is there maybe, after everything you've sort of heard tonight, even though you and your team prepared it all, is there maybe some other way we could approach this? I'm just thinking, why not meet with the teachers? Why not send out a really thorough questionnaire to parents, and then come back to this issue? Our next meeting is in just 8 days.
may I make a comment? Our parents aren't going to tell us what they want until they see the options.
Yeah, I mean, as far as working with different groups, we've done, so we've had extensive conversations with our parent groups. We've had extensive conversations with our teachers, administrators, our CSCA, and it's something that at this point it's been well received. Of course, you know, is there some other option that we haven't thought about? Possibly, but at this point, these are the four main options, and in fact, we're offering a pretty robust number of options with the four. And so, while we're always open for additional pieces or additional ideas, there does seem to be some consensus around these, and the consensus is not that any one of these are what everybody wants, but that the four options does provide our parents the ability to choose what they want. And so for parents that want the 5-day, they have that. If for parents that really are worried about their child, they would have an option to choose independent study, and the hybrid is another option. They're also aligned with what the state in SB 98 is recommending. So hybrid is actually one of the models that comes from the state. Independent study is one that the state is encouraging. And obviously the 5-day is actually something that we need to offer. So these are options that are consistent with that, and we are offering all four. We're not asking parents to lock in a choice. We're definitely not asking them to lock in. What we are asking them though to do is to start to think about it and consider this. The one part that's worrisome, I think, for a parent would be, yeah, I'm really interested in this one model, but oh, you're going to pull it back. So that's not really an option. I think at the very least that we say to our parents, these are four options that are available and you are going to be able to choose. And right now that's not an option because we will be doing distance learning, but at some point we'll come back and at some point you'll have the option. So my recommendation would be at the very least for us with a level of certainty to go to our community and say, these are four viable options. You don't have to choose tomorrow. You don't even have to choose in 2 weeks. You don't have to choose in 4 weeks. But we want to really be able to communicate that. And we've been a little bit reticent to communicate more because of a little bit of a lack of certainty.
And just to be clear, follow up briefly, we did vote on approving this plan previously, didn't we?
What you voted on was that we could continue with the planning of these four options and even the communication of them, but there was not a final vote on that we could actually offer these as four choices that ultimately would be available to parents when the governor ultimately lifts his order.
Okay. So I understand there's already a motion on the table and I'm okay with that, but I think some really valid points were brought up tonight about more robust data tracking. Would any of my board members be interested in maybe strengthening the motion just so that we the board is being given data about real-time data about the numbers that parents are choosing and sort of how we're going to track students' progress as we implement these when we're ultimately able to.
I do have a couple of questions, Trustee Takor, so thank you for bringing that up. But Dr. Pletka, will we be offering parents an option to rank choice these options?
Say that one more time.
Can the parents rank these options? So my first option is option 2. My second option is option 1. Okay. And I have to say that given the impact of COVID on the Latino community, given the disproportionate impact of COVID on specific zip codes in the city of Fullerton, particularly on the south side of Fullerton, disproportionately affecting students that we just had conversations about, that 5-day option is definitely something that I cannot say that tonight I could support having a 5-day option for a time when we could possibly reopen, when we don't know what's going to happen in the next couple months in terms of the pandemic. We don't know how the effect of COVID is going to further impact, or if it's going to be reduced in specific communities and in our whole community. That would be something very difficult for me to do. I think there's still a lot of information we need. We've had a lot of questions from teachers, a lot of questions from classified, as Trustee Takor mentioned. A lot of we already voted to allow you to and direct you to communicate these options to our parents. I'm wondering what information are we getting already from our parents, since we've already voted on making that communication happen. And if we already have moved on communicating that, I don't see why we need to make a vote tonight when we don't know what the situation is going to look like in the next couple weeks, in the next month, and the next 2 months. And as of right now, the impact of COVID in our communities is just simply growing. And I cannot confidently right now say that in the future, in 2 months, in 3 months, in 4 weeks, that the situation is even going to be what it is today. Just like when we voted in June, the situation changed, right? So going back to Trustee Takor, I know you're entertaining a different motion. And so I would ask that my colleagues please consider that.
Trustee Thakur, I agree with what you said. I don't think we need to amend the motion. I think we need to give direction to staff in exactly what you said, to give us that data. That doesn't need to wrap around the motion, I don't think. I think we can get it without it going through the motion by directing staff for that information. That's an idea.
The motion that was made by Trustee Sugarman, and Trustee Sugarman, you could restate your motion you could clarify. But the motion that you made, Trustee Sugarman, was to follow what Dr. Pudka said, which is to adopt this plan. You're muted, Trustee Sugarman.
The motion I made was to adopt the 4-point plan, the 4-option plan, so that the district could go out and let parents know what's going on. And I love what Trustee Takor said, but I think that's a report, not part of the motion necessarily. The motion is you have our approval. That's the what. And then we want information, and how you do that is the how, but we would like information. I have no objection to adding that to my motion, but I don't know quite how to say that. So if Trustee Takor has a way to say it, I'm fine with that. I just don't know whether we really need to tell them. We could just tell them.
And we've already made a vote in the 2nd June meeting. Our vote was to direct our staff to communicate these options. Dr. Pleka, is that correct?
I think there's 2 separate things. One is we got a motion and then it was passed to direct us to do the planning. And I think this next piece is really, do we move forward with offering these choices to our parents? And so that's what I'm asking. And at some point, if the board doesn't want to offer these choices, obviously that's up to the board. So,
Dr. Pleka, just to follow up then, maybe I can help clarify. What would the follow-up look like? I mean, in the next couple weeks, how do you envision communicating these options to parents and gathering their feedback? If I could just hear that, I would
yeah, I mean, I see us literally having an introduction letter, having, again, references so that people can look and make a choice. I would see them to the ability in the next few weeks to start considering which option might be best. At some point, they may change their mind. That's fine. But at this point, to have them literally start thinking as a family, what choice seems to make sense. And I think there is a difference between talking about something in the hypothetical as opposed to an actual choice that parents can make. So I think there is a difference between directing staff to plan for something and directing staff the ability to offer something.
Could I ask maybe, just following up on the ranked choice, I know that when we interview candidates for our district, we do a ranked choice, I believe, in the first few rounds. Can we add that to the motion, Trustee Sugarman? And then also, Dr. Pletka, I'd like to know, is there a threshold participation or response rate that we'd be interested in? And then could that further be divided up between our different communities so that we're really hearing from like a threshold number of our affected communities, not just whoever responds within 3 days?
No, I mean, our goal is to contact and reach every single family. I mean, we would ultimately want them to make that choice. This would not be something that we would just do in a Connect Ed. It's not something we would just do in an email. And this is something we would send home paper copies for parents to make choices. We would have, I mean, this would be, you know, a full court option of ways that our families could connect, and it would not just be a one and done or a two and done. This would be something that literally that we would be communicating until basically we heard from every family.
I remember that last time we sent out a survey, I believe that we got 8,500 responses, which was unbelievable. And I'm expecting that you're looking for even a greater number this time.
Yeah, 13,000. So.
Okay.
Dr. Pletka, it seems to me that there's still a lot of questions and a lot of uncertainty and information that we don't have on what distance learning is going to look like here in a couple weeks. And so I'm wondering, are you going to be concurrently communicating the distance learning plan and this plan in the next 8 days? Or how is that? Because it seems to me like you urgently want this like vote right now. Are we already communicating? I mean, it's barely Monday. The announcement was made on Friday. Have we communicated with parents in terms of what distance learning is going to look like at the beginning of the school year? And going back to Trustee Takor's point, in 8 days, would 8 days be a huge detriment to you and your team to wait on for this specific direction?
We're looking to do staffing. So as an example, my FSD Academy is one of those options, which is basically a specialized version of distance learning. We are looking to staff that. And we're looking to be able to offer that as a choice. And so in let's say in that particular case, my FSD Academy is a distance learning option, but it's slightly different than independent study. And so in this case, we would like to start to be able to ask parents to see if they would want that as a choice. And secondly, it is important for staffing. We have teachers that have expressed interest in these different options as potential staff. And so staff, obviously, they want to know too where they're going to be and what they're going to be doing for sure as it relates to my FSD Academy. In terms of, you know, to me, you have a staffing issue, but you also have a second issue, which is we do have parents that are asking us what the options are. And so I don't think it's in particular so much about staff as it is about parents that want to know what we're going to be offering. Is 8 days an impossible number for the, let's say, the 5-day versus the hybrid? No, we can wait we potentially can wait. But I will say that I do think our community is asking for it. And then as it relates to my FSD Academy, I think there are some specific decisions that we need to know pretty quickly, and our teachers need to know, and our parents need to know if they can sign up for it.
But Dr. Pleca, we already gave you that direction though, right? In June, that you can communicate these options to the
At this
parents.
point, yes, but it's more than just communicating at this point. We, for example, for the My FSD Academy, we need to know who's signing up for that option, because on August 11th, potentially we're going to have a program, potentially we're going to have teachers, and we need to know who's going to be signed up for that program. So if there's a priority, the priority would be My FSD Academy and Independent Study as something that we really need to know pretty quickly.
I feel like we need to move forward on this and approve it because the community wants some answers. I know that the staff wants answers. I've been in touch with so many people who say, give us some options. You know, if something falls apart or if things go a totally different direction, hey, we have the ability to turn it all around. I mean, what we decide tonight isn't in concrete forever. It's in concrete until something needs to change. So I really feel strongly that we need to move forward and get going on this. And
Dr. Pletka, I'm wondering if what your thoughts have been since June. I see your hand, Trustee Berryman. Now I see it. Can I finish?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. In terms of what our options were in June and now given the situation of COVID, do you still truly believe that a 5-day option is best for our staff, for our students, for our community who's going to be going to the grocery store with people with our community with our district community that we're saying we're going to give them 5 days on site of interaction, all in one building. Do you still feel confident in that 5-day option right now, given the situation, how the situation has changed in the last couple of weeks?
Well, I think there's two parts to that. And the first part is if you're asking at this point, do I feel comfortable in starting a 5-day option? The answer is no. Do I feel that at some point this year, the cases will go down and it will be safe to return? Yes, and I think at that point, the 5-day option will be something that we will return to. We might disagree about what day that is, or maybe even what week it is, but eventually we are going to return, and it needs to be one of the choices that we offer. And I will say also from a legal perspective, from the SB 98, we have to offer a 5-day option. So it's a legal compliance issue as well as a piece. And if you're asking me personally, I'll share. I believe that there are some kids that need instruction in class. I think there are some kids that literally have struggled to learn at home. I tell you from the bottom of my heart, my soul, that we need to be able to do this. We have kids that need a teacher in front of them. We have parents that have said to me, I can't do this. I'm not a teacher. And we can provide all the support they can, but there are some parents that don't feel comfortable doing it. And I think this, for the sake of our kids, and yes, I mean, this is my honest opinion. This is what I believe. And then ultimately as a board, you can choose to do something different. And I also respect that. But as far as what I believe at some point, there's a sense of urgency when it is safe to get our kids back into school.
You know what?
Berryman? Trustee Berryman and then Trustee Sugarman.
Yes, I've got some clarifying questions. One, these 4 options have been discussed. Have they been discussed with our employee associations?
Yes. In fact, we're a part of, in many of these, especially our hybrid and our on-site learning, and we had committees, large committees look at it. And so, yes, our staff has been a big part of those. My FSD Academy, lesser so, but we also had our PALs working with us in the planning of that as well.
Is there a minimum number of students that you need for each one of these, or could you possibly do a 5-day with just 17 kids in a class that wanted to do it.
Yeah, all of these options are viable, even with relatively small numbers of students. I mean, in a district with 13,000 kids, even if you were only looking at 5 to 10% of the population picking any one of those, definitely those numbers would be large enough to staff to be able to make a program viable.
Right. One clarification that I just have for independent study and the distance learning that we're going to start on August 11th. If I'm a student and I start out at a particular school, I'm assuming that I'm just assigned to a teacher like I normally would be if I started school, right?
You're talking, I'm sorry, you're talking about.
So August 11th, students
Sure.
are starting school. They're assigned a teacher, right? That teacher that they have when they start distance learning on August 11th, because it's because we have an order. Now say weeks go past and we're ready to open up all of our 4 options. And I have I've got a student that is signing up for independent study at that point. Is there an opportunity that that student will keep the same teacher in independent and hybrid learning?
A very good chance that as we start the school year, so everybody will be in independent study to start the year, and or distance learning. They'll be distance learning. They'll be assigned a teacher at their site, unless they're, let's say, in the My FSD Academy, and then it'll be at that particular site.
Right.
But let's say they're assigned to Richmond, and they're assigned to a teacher at Richmond. When we return, unless they chose some other option like the My FSD Academy, they would continue in that program.
With that same teacher.
Yeah, and and one other piece. So this data would also help us so that we can solidify the classes. So ultimately, we're not having to change students. If a student wants, a hybrid model, and they started out in the distance learning like everybody else, we want them to be able to continue in that hybrid model.
Okay. And in the 5-day option, are we practicing masks and social distancing?
For sure, all of the safety precautions that we talked about, and that's something that, like I said, we've worked really hard. Those are the things that Rob talked about earlier, and Chad talked about, all of those safety precautions. And again, we're still, there are some new things based on what the governor said. And so we want to work with our partners. We want to work with our parents and our parent groups to incorporate some of the latest information. One of them that we also want to make sure that we're working with our classified staff and our teachers is in the area of testing staff. So that's something that's really hot, just came off, and we really haven't had a lot of time to talk. And so, those are things that we would continue and as part of the discussion in terms of that testing as an example.
And the 5, and are we forcing any parents to sign up for any of these?
No, at this point, there's basically, we're going to open in distance learning, and until, at some point that we move to the other models, they would have the choice to delay that. Other than the My FSD Academy, if they wanted to start August 11th, we would want them to choose potentially right here in the next couple weeks.
Right, absolutely. Okay, I'm ready to call the question. I ask that we call the question.
So we're ready to vote.
Does that take a second?
We already.
To second the call the question.
Oh. It's seconded.
Who seconded?
Arumi, did you second it?
Calling the question. Yes, I'm seconding calling the question.
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and start with trustee, where were we? Trustee Meyer.
Aye.
Trustee Thakur.
Aye.
Trustee Berryman.
Aye.
Trustee Sugarman. your mic. Trustee Sugarman, we cannot hear you. Can you please unmute your mic?
In support of our parents, our staff, our community, aye.
And I have to say that I cannot right now support a 5-day option. Dr. Pletka, although I see what you're saying in terms of the learning loss. I know, I'm a teacher. I'm a former English learner. I'm a former low-income student. I have, you know, a lot of us some of us have been in the classroom, I know. But as of right now, I cannot approve an option that includes 5 days when we don't know if 100% of our students or parents might want to do 5 days on campus. How is that going to impact our staff? How is that going to impact our community and the spread of COVID? How is that going to contribute to the spread of COVID within our Fullerton community and the community at large? I cannot support this option right now, so my vote is no. The motion carries 4-1, Vasquez voting no. And I believe that is the end of our meeting.
Okay, thank you.
We will go ahead and adjourn our meeting at 9:56 p.m. Oh, wait 1 second. I'm sorry, going back. Were there any additional public comments, Ms. Serna?
No, no public comments.
No public comments, and our meeting is adjourned at 9:56 p.m.
Didn't we have one that we did not read because it wasn't related? Number 14, we read number 5, which was not related, but we went ahead and read it anyway. And then number 14, we didn't read because it wasn't regarding something that was on the agenda.
President Vasquez, would you like me to read public comment number 14? They are uploaded to our district website.
Yes, please, if you could just go ahead and read it.
Okay. So before we officially end our board meeting, public comment number 14. I am a parent of 2 elementary students of the Fullerton School District and a former graduate of Laguna Road Elementary Parks Troy High School. As a student in the 90s and attending the different schools within the Fullerton School District, I have always been surrounded by diversity in academics, cultures, and race. As a Korean American, my parents have always modeled that with hard work, responsibility for your actions, and respectful manners, you can achieve your goals, whatever form it may be. It is a standard I hold myself to as an adult and also a model I teach my kids at home. I ask that the board continue to stand firm on the revised resolution 1920-21 and do not add the words Black Lives Matter movement in the Fullerton educational curriculum. I believe that Black Lives Matter, the movement, is a political stance and not beneficial to the enrichment of our children's education. It is a movement that, yes, a person's life is sacred and no way should be taken away due to man's irrational choice. But instead of supporting a movement that encourages self-righteousness and anger, we as a Fullerton community need to come up with a better solution to address racial equality in our students. We need to raise up peacemakers, not entitled dividers that take up the streets in quotations, peaceful protests that end up in rioting, looting, and or vandalizing statue. We need to teach students how to take personal responsibility for their actions and choices rather than blaming the system. We support our Black community and we all stand against racial injustice. In a diverse community as Fullerton is, let us celebrate and honor all the different cultures and races. Let us not single out one minority group because at one point in time, each race has felt racism, faced inequality on a sports team, or experienced favoritism in the classroom. I ask that the parents and community members of the Fullerton to be sensitive to all groups within the city. Unless we embrace and appreciate all people of color, we do not have the proper posture to begin discussing racial injustice in our public schools. I stand and support Sugarman and her approach that all lives matter. Every student should feel that they have the right to receive equal support from the Fullerton School District staff and teachers because no race is better than the other and no race has felt more oppression than other. Resident of Trustee Area 2, Ginny Son. And at that moment, that concludes our board meeting.
Oh, wait, 1 second, Mr. Actually, let's go ahead and get a motion and a second to adjourn, please.
Okay.
Before we do that, Trustee Vasquez, could I just say briefly, happy belated birthday to Carmen Serna. You always go above and beyond, but just in the last few weeks, I know that these meetings have really asked a lot more of you than they did previously, and I'm just very grateful for all the time. I mean, during your birthday months and weeks, you're away from your family helping us. Thank you. Happy belated birthday.
Happy belated birthday, Ms. Serna. And with
Rock
that, can I get
star,
a
you're a
motion?
rock star.
Thank you very much. Okay, we are ending our board meeting at.
Not yet, Ms. Serna, I need a motion and a second, please.
I move to adjourn.
Motion made by trustee Takor. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by trustee Berryman. Let's go ahead and all those in favor, just say aye.
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 Okay, meeting adjourned at 10 p.m.